primarily about that and matters arising from that conversation. What I will also ask, because there usually is a year gap between the end of the financial year under discussion and the time that the committee has the discussion with the Lotteries Commission and the Minister, that we also kind of try to fill in the gap of what has happened in between, especially that you had regard for the conversation we had with the Auditor General and the conversation that we had with the Special Investigating Unit, so that we don't talk in cross purposes. In other words, what the situation is today is different to what it was in September last year. So we don't want to wall off a period of interventions and developments, because we want to limit ourselves to a financial year that ended a year ago. So what we will do is I will first hand to you, Minister, to do the introductions of your team, as well as the Lotteries Commission, make your opening remarks. And then following your presentations, and thank you for favoring us with a summary version of the detailed presentation that we got from the National Lotteries Commission. It's purely for the management of time, but we are also going to, we've also considered the full presentation anyway. You are at liberty during the discussion at question time, if there is a slide that you'd like to refer to from the longer version of the presentation, that you can show it on the screen in order to assist the members of the committee. We will, at question time, have 3 members of committee leading the discussion on various aspects of the audit outcomes, as well as the outcomes of as well as the update from the Special Investigating Unit, after which we'll give an opportunity to the rest of the members to have a discussion. In between, we'll obviously need to take a human rights break, so that we don't have people going in and out of the meeting. But without further ado, Minister, I will hand over to you, and then we'll begin our discussion. The only thing I will ask is that I want us to take a break at about 10:45. So it's important that the presentation is concise and we kind of are able to divide our time properly, so that we get to 1 o'clock and we're able to conclude, and everyone can carry on with the rest of their commitments during the day. With that said, over to you, Honorable Minister. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Chair, and good morning to yourself, honorable members. Let me also acknowledge Deputy Minister Kolimpi. We have a fairly large delegation, so I'm not sure if you want me to introduce everyone. Otherwise, maybe just to acknowledge the leaders of the different entities that are here.
Yeah, no, that will be fine. If anyone has to speak later on, they can introduce themselves at that point, if they part of your backup team.
It also saves me from the trouble of remembering all the names. Thank you very much, Chair, and thanks for your indulgence. As indicated, we are with Deputy Minister Kolimpi from the department. We are also in the presence of the Chair of the National Lotteries Commission, Professor Pichana, the Director General of the department, Mr. Hamilton, Simpiwe Hamilton, the Commissioner of the NLC, Ms. Jody Scholz, and all other colleagues that are present. Of course, Chair, I think we will take guidance from yourself, as you have indicated how you'd want us to address the issues. You have indicated and confirmed that you've received both the longer version of the presentation and also the summary version of the presentation. Let me begin by acknowledging, Chair, the nature of the issues highlighted in the report of the Auditor General in the 2023-2024 audit report. As the DTIC, firmly a qualified audit opinion is not a matter that we take lightly. This is because it points to systemic challenges that emanate from governance challenges that affected the NLC over the past years. It is an ongoing challenge that must continuously be addressed decisively by the new board and management of the Commission to restore public confidence and ensure the integrity of public financial management within the entity. We further acknowledge that years of dismantling of internal controls cannot be mended overnight, and in certain instances may take a few years to remedy satisfactorily. With regards to the Auditor General's report, it primarily identifies and gives qualifications in a number of areas, and these are the following areas which are of concern. Inadequate record keeping and supporting documentation for certain grant disbursements, non-compliance with supply chain management prescripts, concerns regarding the valuation and reporting of some assets and liabilities, weaknesses in internal controls, and financial oversight. In response to these, the Commission has initiated a number of interventions. Firstly, it's with regards to strengthening governance structures. The board of the Commission was fully appointed in April 2023 to ensure that the National Lotteries Commission functions effectively. This was done through a vetting process of all board members, and the members of the distributing agency are also in the process of being appointed. We have sent, in this regard, nominated members to the board, and I've been advised that the board has indicated after their vetting processes and have submitted a report back to us. So we should be finalizing the appointment of the distribution agencies in the next few days, if not a week. The second relates to improving financial management and governance oversight. The NLC has already implemented significant actions to address the findings from the AGSA report. And 3, with regards to forensic investigations and accountability, several matters flagged by the AG have been referred to forensic investigation or remain within the ambit of the SIU. Disciplinary and legal steps are being pursued where wrongdoing has been identified and where the report of the SIU indicates that such is required. And 4 relates to enhancing transparency and public reporting. The NLC has implemented new systems to address the shortcomings. This initiative is aligned with the DTIC's priority in reducing red tape through the digitization of processes. The NLC will continue to submit quarterly reports on the implementation of the audit action plan. And we are committed to keeping SCOPA and the public informed of all these developments. Honorable members, let me assure you that this administration, in conjunction with the NLC board and management, remains firmly committed to clean governance and to ensuring that the integrity and the efficiency of the NLC is restored to its initial glory. We fully support the role of SCOPA in holding the executive accountable and welcome your guidance and oversight in helping to steer the NLC back to full compliance and credibility. As I conclude, honorable members, while we regret the circumstances that led to the qualified report, we view this moment as an opportunity to rebuild. Through emphasis on improved governance and transparent processes, we can restore the public's trust in the Commission and ensure that lottery funds are used ethically and effectively to benefit South Africans. I'll hand over to the Commission to do the presentation. Safe to say, Chair, that in relation to the comments that you raised, the presentation does cover areas that are beyond the year under review, but I'm sure you'd appreciate that we were not privy to the detailed discussions that you had with the with the AG and with the SIU. So to the extent that there might be gaps, certainly the questions that are raised and comments from members, we should be able to deal with those. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Over to you, Chair.
Honourable Chair and honourable members of this august Standing Committee on Public Accounts, on behalf of the Board of the National Lotteries Commission, we welcome the opportunity to appear before this board. To the best of my knowledge, this is the first time, at least in 2 years since I've been with the Commission, where we have had the honor of being invited to appear before you. Chair, I'm happy to be accompanied by my colleagues, Mrs. Mvulane, the chair of the Board Audit and Risk Committee, and the Commissioner, Ms. Jody Kolapen, who are to make the substantive scores.
I think you've just brought the Constitutional Court judge into this hearing without his knowledge.
And Jody Kolapen, who's now the judge of the Constitutional Court, is going to sue me. Chair, this morning I've been asked to present a high-level summative outlook on the NLC and the challenges it faces since the board assumed office. Upon appointment by the minister charged us with the task of repurposing the NLC such that it earns the confidence of the people of South Africa, as our minister has just reaffirmed. We were required to reaffirm the mandate as per statute and undertake the arduous task of transforming the NLC so as to achieve its goals. Assuming, as we did, office in the wake of banner headlines of corruption, the referral of the NLC officials to the SAU, as well as the conflicts between the board and the minister, we took the view that we were charged with the task of rebuilding the NLC and accounting to the people of South Africa for its work. And in order to do so, we pledged to support the investigations by the SIU and bring that matter to conclusion. However, it was recognized that given the recent history of the institution, it was necessary that the mandate of the NLC be restated such that its role as a developmental institution be emphasized. Ultimately, the board sought to respond to the needs of the most needy and vulnerable of our communities and partner with those communities in supporting their community upliftment initiatives. To achieve this, we realized that not only was it necessary to restate the strategy of the NLC, it was just as important to overhaul policies and structures that enabled the rampant malfeasance that had taken place in the organization. We also sought to establish an organizational culture of professionalism, diligence in the performance of our duties, and undertaking such tasks driven by the ethical energy necessary to transform the organization. By and large, a lot of our work during this period required a caliber of executives and staff at all levels that were invested in the strategy that was outlined. Towards that end, the commissioner appointed some very, very able senior managers and executives who have been able to drive the organization into the future. On the other hand, the board had to chart a new way of operating that privileged good governance and principles of accountability and compliance were imperative for us to achieve the objectives that we'd set for ourselves. Now, looking back on the 2 years, it is fair to observe that indeed transformation is never a walk in the park. The commissioner has encountered various degrees of resistance, some of it aggressive, but at times passive. It has become obvious that some staff of the commission were highly invested in the chaos and corruption that prevailed at the NLC for far too long. For example, to date, some 60% of the staff have agreed to subject themselves to lifestyle audit in an institution where lifestyle was critical for the ethical drive that we needed for the commission. As a result, we recognized that unless we invest even more heavily in the skilling and equipping of staff at all levels to imbue them with a mindset that drives our new understanding of the work of the commission, to change those mindsets and grant staff the freedom to think logically and to honor the philosophical disposition of the NLC as driven by the board. Perhaps it has been a matter of frustration to us that the work of the SAU has not yet resulted in the prosecutions of the main players who were involved in holding out the NLC. Neither are we aware that many of the professionals who enabled the malfeasance to happen have paid the price for their activities. To succeed, therefore, we are resolved both to pay attention to the responsibilities of accountability and compliance and to honor the directions of the AGSA and for the board to render the commissioner accountable. We do not despair, and we can see light at the end of the tunnel. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Chair. Before you start, Commissioner, can I just talk to the two people that have just walked in? Ma'am, sorry. May I actually speak to you specifically? So you guys came in and you walked right behind us here. That's not done during the proceedings, and now you are standing up again to go out. Are you going to come back again? Because it interrupts the proceedings. The chair of the NLC was busy with his presentation. I didn't want to interrupt him. Can we just respect the proceedings? I'm not saying people can't arrive late because of circumstances, but to do so in the manner that the two of you did is not appropriate. Can we not do that? Please, thank you.
Thank you so much, Chair and honorable members. As a new board, there were quite few things maybe that we wanted to just set up the context on what we had actually found. There were several reports of forensics that were not previously adopted, which was KX report. As a result, some of the irregular expenditures had not been actioned. And that also led to a culture of non-compliance, secrecy, and also just intimidation. We also saw that consequence management in relation to making sure that the financial misconduct relating to irregular expenditures is actually being followed through as per the prescript. Certain documents, especially documents from the grant funding relating to what we used to be called, which is now called research-based, which was mainly just on the board members, plus also the higher executive. Those records could not be tracked and found, which is the reason why records management was the issue. It was also very clear that within the irregular expenditures, the root cause of that was the contract management and procurement, meaning the procurement SCM unit was running, but there were certain procurement that was done outside of those structures, happening at specific divisions, which some of those divisions were actually acting or working on incompatible duties in relation to the function of segregation of duties to actually enforce internal controls. And the last two ones, which was quite overwhelming, was the fact that the assurers, being risk function and internal audit, were highly under-resourced. Even the budget was literally non-existent. And that also led to those being just tick in the box. So on the onset, it was very therefore clear that compliance, internal control deficiencies were just a tick in the box, that we have internal audit, we have risk function. But when you look at the work, the risk function was not integrated to functions, and there was no accountability on making sure that when the risk have been arise, there's clear mitigation and followed through on those actions. And I think that is the sense of what we found as a board. But I also would like to highlight, Chair, that this did not happen just internally, it also happened externally. We had accounting firms quantity surveyors, law firms that were actually creating and making sure that fraudulent documents and misrepresentation, and also some service providers that were saying they had done the work, but you couldn't track the reports, no, you couldn't actually find what exactly has actually happened. There were quite also other functions that we found that, as I said, had incompatible functions, and also then leading to no segregation of duties. That was in grant, that was in company secretary's space, plus also in the area where we saw that was also within the risk function on some of the activities that they were actually doing. So based on
Sorry,
that, Chair,
can you forgive me? So sometimes, you'll forgive me, I do this from time to time. When you talk about incompatible duties, I think I know what you mean, but also this, for the benefit of the members and the public, can you just explain what that means in practice so that we're clear? So pardon the interruption, but I think it's necessary, otherwise we'll go on without clearing it up.
no problem, Chair. So when we talk about incompatible functions, we are talking about when you are playing both the referee and the player in the execution of the task. So, for example, on a grant, they are responsible for grant allocations, but they were also responsible for sourcing some of these ad hoc projects, which then led to people to collude within the same function. Even M&E was also residing on that. Marketing was also in that function. So that is what it means, is that you club together certain functions that are supposed to oversee each other, and that will be it, Chair. And Chair, I think that will be it on my side. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Honourable Chair, Honourable Members, Minister Parks Tau, Deputy Minister Goodlimpie, DG Hamilton, Chair, Board Members, all protocol observed. Chair, I'm trying to toggle between protocol and a presentation, so I'm just going to go a few slides back. What I would like to start off with is just our operational mandate as currently defined in terms of the National Lotteries Act. So we actually are a regulator for the National Lottery and the Sports Pools license. We appoint an operator to manage that for us. Currently, it's Ituba. And we then get a portion. It's 29.5% currently of the sale of each ticket that then comes into the National Lotteries Distribution Trust Fund. That effectively then is the pool of funding that we then use to allocate to worthy good causes. The people that we serve, and I think Chair has correctly outlined, are the most vulnerable. These are NPOs, NPCs, and trusts. The funding proportion is 47% of that goes to charities, 28% to sports, 23% to arts, and then we have a 2% that goes to miscellaneous. Now this relates to our application-based funding. We do also have a research-based funding, so this is, the Act allows the Minister, the Commission, the Board to identify critical areas in which we'd like to make an intervention in, and I'll talk to that in a bit as I go through the presentation. But I thought it was just important at the outset just to give us all a context in which we currently operate in. In terms of mapping the timeline of events relating to the changes that had been made, I'm not going to touch on the points that the Chair has already been made. A new board was appointed in 2022. In July 2022, we had the August, we had the previous commissioner resigning, and then in August as well, we had the COO resigning. Then in September, an acting commissioner was appointed, Mr. Lionel October. Chair then started Prof. Pachana. Lionel then also terminated a lot of the irregular contracts. He suspended 4 officials. We launched an anti-fraud hotline with the DTIC because the feeling at the time was that we didn't know where to touch and where to trust. And a big drive internally then started in terms of fraud and ethics awareness, as well as collaboration with the SIU. I was then appointed in February 2023. We then started putting together a very rough framework in terms of what the modernization and digitization journey would undertake. That has further been refined under Minister Tau in terms of aligning it to the DTIC's priorities of red tape reduction. We also need to change our legislation and our regulations, and we also need to look at measures in which we need to combat the illicit economy. And I'll talk about that in a bit more detail later. But one of the things that we noted was that there were no IDs on any of the applications. There wasn't a unique identifier. So we had to introduce each applicant needed to then put down the ID numbers of all of the directors. In my first week of work as well, I had a meeting with SARS, and they then said to me that the National Lotteries Commission is not tax compliant because we don't ask for tax clearance certificates, and so we had to implement that as a matter of urgency. I then started filling in the posts of the Chief Audit Executive, the CFO, and then other critical posts were then filled subsequent in 2024, the Executive Legal Services, the Chief Risk Officer. In terms of our work in 23-24, we spent most of the time just trying to understand the business of the NLC. So we looked at all of the SIU reports. There were reports from previous law firms that all pointed to fundamental internal control deficiencies. And so we looked at all of those, and then we said, what are some of the options in which we could address all of this in the most efficient manner. And we then realized that that was actually through automation and digitization. And so the bulk of that year, and the year that the AG is reported on, was also spent under old policies. And if I may be so bold as to say, I think that many of those old policies were deliberately hollowed out. So you had a policy, for instance, you had a risk management policy, but when you were speaking to the colleagues, they said to me, well, I had to sign access to the system. So I said, how can you not have access to the system? No, they weren't allowed access to the system. And I said, well, that's your first risk indicator, that you don't have unfettered access to the system if that's your job. And so the first year was actually spent understanding the organization. We used the Sigma 6 methodology to actually map the processes so that we understood where the inefficiencies were, where the duplications were. We know, for instance, that a client liaison officer touches an application form 8 times. So we needed to eradicate that inefficiency. And we also spent a lot of time focused on clearing the irregular expenditure qualification. The board then focused on 3 fundamental areas that we needed to craft our strategy and our approach around. It was returning the NLC to its core mandates of regulatory compliance and grant funding and distribution, and then also reinstating the National Lotteries Commission, the credibility of the National Lotteries Commission, restoring governance and integrity with zero tolerance for fraud and corruption, and then also building operational excellence. When we arrived, the NLC was, I think, like a shell. It had some of the elements, but when you looked at those in quite a bit of detail, you found that these were, in fact, actually hollowed out. And so we needed to go back to the drawing board, as it were. I'm going to skip the slide. Ms. Mvulani, the Audit and Risk chairperson, has already spoken to this. The board then took a few fundamental actions. They placed a moratorium on the old research-based funding. That's where the SIU identified all of the corruption to have emanated from. And they said, we are only going to resuscitate this once you have a robust policy and a robust procedure in place. Ms. Mvulani has already spoken to the fact that we've had to re-establish our assurance functions. These were also hollowed out. We needed to beef up internal audit and risk management. I've spoken a bit about the entire grant funding value chain. So we needed to say, even before an application comes in, how does this work get processed into the NLC? So it's the value chain, it's the business processes, what was the system that was used, and we've had to then identify where the control gaps were, and we got this from the various reports from the SIU and St. Vincent's in place. He's the Chief Audit Executive. We've used all of those to then plot this into the system. We've also introduced two fundamental areas: 100% monitoring and evaluation on all projects. Previously, it was done on a sample basis, and we also introduced the pre-adjudication inspectorate unit. So this unit actually goes out at the start of a project to actually verify that the project exists. We know from the SIU reports that there are some boreholes lying off the west coast of the country, and so this unit actually goes and checks, does that project exist? We are also deepening that to say, does this NPO, NPC have the capacity to deliver on the project? That, of course, is work that we've started and we are continuing to deepen. I've already spoken about ID numbers being captured, tax clearance certificates, and then Minister has also spoken about the central role that the DAs play in the adjudication of all applications, and that process is well underway. The board has taken roughly 389 decisions around these four key areas: corporate governance and the implementation of the NLC mandate, and they've really been driving that. There's been also lots of discussions with the DTIC in the NLC reformulating its strategic plan to be aligned to the DTIC's priorities. And so issues about red tape reduction, the compliance of NPOs and NPCs is absolutely central in that. The NLC also has a role to play in terms of FATF and our grey listing requirements. And so we've had discussions with SARS about how we need to embed some of those requirements within the system. I just want to pull out a few. I think I've already alluded to the fact that the policies were really in a state of shambles. We had over 100 policies. The board has approved 72 policies to date, and there are still further refinements that we're making. The research-based funding has been approved, and the board has also approved the following concepts: a big focus on food security, on youth employment, and there's a concept called safe hubs. Gender-based violence and femicide is also absolutely central, because when we look at our stats, that is an area that we really need to do quite a bit of work on, and so the board has been quite instructive in that regard. The board has also stepped up to assist in terms of the PEPFAR funding gap and have allocated 100 million rand to this, and so 30 million has been allocated to HIV SA in terms of them continuing their work, and for the other 70 million, we are in discussions with the Minister of Health and his team in terms of how that can be allocated to NPOs, NPCs who were primary recipients of PEPFAR. The board has also allocated part of the research-based funding for floods for our disaster management, and this is an area that we feel as the NLC we need to play in a lot more aggressively from a strategic point of view, especially given the climate change and the impact of a change in climate. The reparations program, this was a DTIC initiative. It's focused on two areas. It's actually the NLC going to individuals and communities and addressing some of the wrongs that were done to them in the past, and actually acknowledging and saying that we're sorry. The individuals, we have a list of individuals who've come forward. I've met with them since I've started. There's a particular process. There's a board subcommittee that guides this work. And currently the individual and the community processes are with the AG, so that they can just give us some assurance that that what we're doing is procedural. The board has also looked at cost containment guidelines, and we've been able to look at those and implement those. In terms of the rest, I just want to touch on a few. I think, looking at the committee terms of reference and the looking at all the organizational performance on a quarterly basis, as well as progress made on the audit findings, and we include both internal and the AG into one tracker. We report on those quarterly into the various subcommittees. We've also been able to, the Chief Risk Officer, he's in the room this morning, he has himself been trained as a and I keep forgetting this, Molemo, apologies if I get it wrong, a senior
Sorry,
lead.
Commissioner, can I ask, so this slide doesn't, you've since moved on from this slide?
No, I'm still on this one. I'm at the last one, number 4.
Oh, I see, okay.
I'm talking about the anti-bribery and fraud
Okay.
prevention plan
No, that's fine.
and the work that we've done.
No. So the only reason I'm asking is because there is so this is being streamed. So I'm always mindful of whether the public can locate themselves in terms of what is on their screen.
Okay.
Okay.
Thank you, Chair. I'll note that. So in terms of the anti-bribery and fraud, we are targeting ISO, the international standard, 37001. It's an anti-bribery standard, and the team has already been trained up as senior lead implementers, and the CRO has put his head on the block that in the next year he wants us to get this accreditation, and we believe that this would be a very strong signal to the public that that we're really turning the tide in this regard. One of the questions that this committee had asked us to focus on was to look at consequence management. And we've been able to take a range of actions from corrective counselling, written warnings, suspensions. We are seeing a trend that individuals, as part of the disciplinary process, they continue until the few days before or well into the disciplinary hearings, and then they resign. And so I just also want to point out, when we joined, one of the forensic reports that I received was that, you know, I needed to take disciplinary action against about 14 individuals, which I then subsequently did. Many of these colleagues appealed this, and in looking at that appeal, I then understood that while they were given training for to be on the bid evaluation, the bid adjudication committees, the training that they received didn't match what they were required to do. So it was like a tick box exercise, you know, to send people on training, doesn't matter what the training is. And so we've really had to go back and relook at the training, at the content, to make sure that it's actually fit for purpose. I just now want to move to some of the audit outcomes. So if you're just tracking this, and I'm sure the AG has shared this, but the NLC has had qualified audits for the past 4 years. And so some of these are around irregular expenditure, and we've worked very hard to address the irregular expenditure. Some of the new ones are around grants and how grants are qualified and how grants are expensed in the books. And in the discussion with the AG last year, we realized that we needed to look well, the AG then proposed that we look at a new accounting policy for grants, given that there is no specific standard that governs grants. So we toggle between two standards, and it really is a source of frustration. And so in last year, we had very significant engagements with the AG, with National Treasury, and the Accounting Standards Board. They've then committed to looking at a new standard for grants, and have indicated it's a 2 to 3 year program to develop this. And so the AG, you know, they audit historic information, and we need to really significantly change how we think about these, how we audit, and we definitely do need a new standard to help us on the grants, so that we can then get audited in terms of what it is that we do.
Sorry, can I just ask you to elaborate on that? Just give it a bit of color. So what is the guidance or standard you're working with in practice? And when you say we need to look at what we need to do in the future, can you give us an example so that we've got a bit of color in terms of what you mean? Otherwise, we can't locate the assertion that you are making in anything.
Thank you.
If you can provide that clarification.
Chair, with your permission, can I ask the CFO to do that?
Sure, please.
I think she's a lot more articulate than I'll give you the general, but then she'll be
Okay.
able to give you the
Sure,
specifics.
sure.
Tina, can I ask you to come in on this one?
Thank you, Commissioner. Good morning, Honourable Chair, Honourable Members, Minister, Deputy Minister, DG, Chairperson of the Board, NLC Board members, and colleagues in the room, all protocols observed. Thank you, Chair. So, to not make it technical, the NLC currently accounts for grants as a liability. So we have to look at a grant agreement and decide at which point we bring onto our books the actual grant that we are allocating to our beneficiaries. And when a grant meets all of the requirements per as defined in our accounting policy, we recognize that as a liability on our books. But if you really look at the nature of the NLC business, we're giving grants to, the poorest of the poorest. We're giving grants to NPOs, NPCs, schools, early childhood development centers. And reality, should that just not be an expense in our books and we write it off? Because is there a chance in any way that if these grants are not used for the intended purpose, would we realistically be able to recover the money from these beneficiaries, given the fact that they're reliant on grants? And currently there's no standard that talks to that specifically from an accounting perspective. So we operating in the GRAP world, generally recognized accounting practices, in terms of GRAP 19. So what we're doing is working with the ASB and National Treasury and trying to look at a standard that does govern or allow us to treat grants in the manner that it's intended. And treat it as a pure expense. Right now, we have a lot of terms and conditions. A beneficiary has to comply with probably 20 checks and submit 20 different documents before we can recognize that grant in our books. And I think that's overly complicated for the type of business that we're trying to run and the good work that we're trying to do. So it's a balance between the accounting and the actual purpose of what the NLC is intended. Hope that answers. Thanks, Chair.
Yeah, it does. I just have a follow-up question to that. So when you say that there's a sort of a raft of documents that the beneficiaries, I'm assuming that I'm interpreting what you're saying to mean, so there are two sides to it. The first side is how should it be treated in accounting terms, right? The second, you're talking to the impact of the process and the documentary requirements on the ability of the eventual recipients to comply, and secondly, the length of time and effort it may take them until they're in a position where they can get ready, they can be approved to receive the grant. That's what you are saying, right?
Correct, Chair.
Okay. Can you give a sense of what they are expected to provide so that the committee members can locate that assertion somewhere as well? What is it that they're expected to provide, which in your view might be onerous?
Thank you, Chair. So in terms of the legislation, mandatory requirements relate to financial statements, progress reports. Obviously, there's incorporation documents, which is standard. But on the NLC side, then you would need like example of a proof of ownership in terms of land. So even if you're just erecting a fence or putting in an aircon, you'd need proof of ownership documents. I'm just trying to think now of all the documents you would need, Chair. I think sorry? Yeah, the tax compliance certificate before payment is made. We need confirmation that all the directors are still directors of the NPC or the NPO at the time that payment is made. So there's a myriad, there's literally 20 documents on this checklist that need to be complied with. And if you're looking at the nature of some of these NPCs and NPOs, when it comes to financial acumen, it's challenging. So where we require properly audited or signed off financial statements, we may only get management accounts. We require bank statements to prove that the money has gone for worthy good causes and proof that the funds has been spent in the appropriate manner. It's also, if you look at the communities, our act requires that the quotes that the NPC or the NPO is required to give us must comply with the PFMA. And if you look at the procurement legislation, that means you need to give us 3 quotes. When we look at those 3 quotes and we try and find the supplier on CIPC, we're unable to do so, because if you're looking at some of these remote areas, not everybody is a formal trader that has a company registered with CIPC. So those are some of the challenges we're experiencing with the documentation. Thanks, Chair.
All right. Okay. No, thank you.
Thank you, Chair. The next few slides, I'm actually going to go into the areas of non-compliance and the areas of qualification. So we've unpacked the grant qualification around what is the root cause and then what we've done to address the root cause. Primarily, it's non-adherence to policies and processes of the NLC. In some instances, it's been the dereliction of duty by colleagues, lack of accountability, and lack of consequence management. And across all of the non-compliance areas, as we've separated into people, process, and tech. So again, here it's the revision of the policies, the processes. We've had to revise our accounting policy, and the CFO and the acting COO have had to go back and review all of the grant transactions and make sure that these align to how they're treated in terms of the books. We've mapped all the processes. We have introduced a new system for grants. This has a number of application programming interfaces, APIs, with a number of bodies, CIPC, SARS, Rand Merchant Bank to check bank account details. And we've separated this into a very modular approach to make it easier to interact and engage with the NLC. In terms of the people, we've had to revise our operating model and our structure to address some of these deficiencies, and we've also had to capacitate our monitoring and evaluation unit. In terms of irregular expenditure, here we found it was just blatant circumvention of controls. Procurement was also decentralized, policies, processes not aligned to legislation. In many instances, lack of competencies, inadequate training provided, lack of oversight, poor document management, expired contracts were still in use, and then the delegation of authority not followed. So we've had to implement a lot of the recommendations from these reports that had been previously done. I've mentioned cancelling of all of the irregular contracts, except for critical services, and then we've had to go out to market again to get in those services. Making sure that we've got a standardized set of documents and quality assurance checklist built in place. We've also put in a very focused demand plan. Anything that is not on the demand plan, I need to approve on. And so we've also been able to clear the previous year's qualifications on irregular expenditure. We've been able to engage external stakeholders to assist us in the in serving on a number of our structures that we need, the BSC, BEC, BAC. Trying to think of the names, the Bid Specifications Committee, the Bid Evaluation Committee, and the Bid Adjudication Committee, just to help us adjudicate and evaluate a number of these critical tenders that we actually needed. We've been able to establish a loss control committee that looks at all of the irregular expenditure. They then decide whether further investigation needs to be done, and that then goes to the chief audit executive. The delegation of authority framework has been revised, as well as contract management. We're currently in the process where we looking at the specifications for a new enterprise resource planning system for both the finance and the human capital management area, because we believe that that is also central. A lot of the process currently are manual, and we need to move into a space of automation. We've been able to fill quite a number of the key vacancies. In some areas, we did a skills audit across the organization, and we found that there was incapacity, or there wasn't the right technical skills we needed, so we've had to bring in a number of outsourced service providers to assist us with that, while simultaneously putting people through a training and capacity development program. I've spoken to the others. I'm not going to repeat those that I've spoken about. This just gives, the slide is a list of all of our irregular expenditure, 251 transactions amounting to 615 million. Ms. Mvulani is a very hard taskmaster. She's taken us back and forth and back and forth. And so we've been able to, via the board, get approval to submit documents to National Treasury, 197 million in 2024, and a further 416 million have been recommended for condonation in 2025. 2.8 million of that 615 million is recommended for further investigation, because we do believe that there are some areas that are concerning us as a management team. This is all done with the help of external investigators, so it's not just management. We've also got an external assurance to help us with this. It has taken a long time, and that's primarily just due to the volume of the transactions. Our current irregular expenditure is sitting at 4.4 million. And this is subject to a review by the Auditor General. So a lot of work has gone into making sure that our irregular expenditure is brought down. The current expenditure, it's one of the leasing contracts in Limpopo, where our provincial offices are, and another lease. And so those are currently all historical contracts. And we can't terminate them because it's an office building and we actually need that space. The irregular expenditure, so that was for the NLC. This is the National Lotteries Distribution Trust Fund. So I did explain the two. The NLC is where it's our operating budget, and then the NLDTF, it's where the actual grants get dispersed from. An amount of 4.4 million has been referred for further investigation. One of the questions was also asked around our forensic investigations, and so we've split this into grant-related investigations and non-grant-related investigations. We've got the number of forensic reports, allegations that have been confirmed, and then some, unfortunately, there is a bit of mischief making, we do find, where people say Jodie's hand is in the cookie jar and therefore she must be investigated. But the board has also put in a very independent reporting line that even if my hand is in the cookie jar, there's a direct reporting of that is completely independent, whereas before everything came to the commissioner, who then obviously could decide what had to be investigated or not. And so I would then be informed of the outcome of any investigation. So we are finding many of the allegations are being confirmed. There are some that are not being confirmed. The kinds of allegations, it's misuse of funds, fraud, quite a bit of that, non-compliance, some irregular expenditure, corruption, organizations that are hijacked. So this is organizations who when they apply to us, the directors that are listed, they are different to the directors on DSD or on CIPC. And so that always is a fraud risk indicator for us, because then it points out to the directors of that NPO not being aware of critical changes. And that's been a fundamental tenet of our new Tutuka system. Theft, some irregular appointments, and then some conflict of interest. We also work very closely with the with SAPS and with the SIU, referred quite a number of cases. 23-24, we've referred 43 projects to SAPS. We estimate it's around 84.5 million. 24-25, there've been 9, around 25.9 million. And to the SIU, in 23-24, we've referred 30 projects to them, because this talks to the period of their proclamation. So we're not able to do any investigations if it covers their period of proclamation. So that was 81.6 million, and 24-25, 28 projects, roughly 43.6 million. In terms, one of the further questions was around the material irregularities, the MIs. 3 MIs were identified. Many of their root causes were the same. It was the same modus operandi. Either individuals internally approved reports that shouldn't have been approved because the building either didn't exist or it was partially done, and then the colleagues indicated it had been completed. And so we responded with a detailed list of activities to address all of the control deficiencies that the AGSA had identified. And the AG has come back to us to say that we've provided and demonstrated adequately that we are taking appropriate actions. We've been able to address around 30 actions to date. I think that's about 90% of the actions. The remaining 10% talks to the new system. And those controls have been embedded in that system. A lot of the key root causes are pretty much the same. It's the same playbook. Non-adherence to policies, processes. There's been dereliction of duty by employees, failure by management to address these matters in a timely manner, as well as then lack of accountability and inadequate consequence management. A further question was targets that we hadn't achieved.
Sorry, Commissioner, somebody's phone is ringing. I hope it's not mine. Okay, so whose bags? There are 2 bags there, and those bags, is it yours?
There's no phone there.
Okay, there is a bag that is, are you certain? Okay, whose bag is that? All right, please proceed.
Thank you, Chair. There was a regression of performance in 23-24, and we attribute that to a number of individuals that we had to place on suspension. So there was volatility. As soon as I start giving somebody work, the SIU comes a week later to say, here's a DC referral. I need to place the person on suspension. You then need to find somebody else who can do this work. So it created quite a lot of instability, and one wasn't able to properly then plan. In my view as well, I think some of the targets that were set were also easy targets to set. And we have embarked on a process under Minister Tau where they really interrogate our targets to make sure that they're realistic, but they also is some level of stretch in those targets. And so these have been included in our APP. The targets, the reasons for non-achievement, we've outlined those there. A lot of it is there were unintended planning constraints, insufficient resources, but what we have been able to do subsequent to that is we have been able to achieve all of those in 24-25. We also report on all of these as well as any unachieved targets as part of our Audit and Risk Committee reports. Even though the financial year is concluded, any targets that we haven't achieved fall into the new financial year. I think one was just a timing issue. When we looked at the technical indicator description, we said it needed to go to EXCO and it needed to be formally approved at EXCO before the end of the financial year, and it wasn't tabled, but it had been actually approved. I think the bottom just talks about the organizational performance in 22-23 was at 80%, 23-24 was at 64%. We've recently concluded our 24-25. Obviously, it's still subject to external audit, but internal audit has verified that, and we're sitting currently at an 80% organizational performance target. These are the areas that we haven't achieved. The 3 relate to our modernization project. I think we had really underestimated the amount of user acceptance testing that we needed to do. So modules 4 and 5 didn't go live by the 31st of March. And then the other 2 related to the payment of grants and the 150 days. And these were also as a result of internal controls that we've introduced. I will also talk to the 150 days in a later slide. So the reason why the 150 days target was not included in our annual performance plan, we've had extensive discussions with the AG. And unfortunately, my view still remains that we can only put things in there that we ourselves are in control of. The appointment of this vests with the DTIC. And so what we did do is we kept this within the grant funding annual operational plan. We still reported on it quarterly to all of the various governance structures. And we've also written to the previous Minister of Trade, Industry and Competition, as well as Minister Tau, to indicate that we haven't achieved the 150 days as aligned to legislation. Okay.
So may I ask you, so what I'd like to do, so the presentation has lasted for 8 minutes, and I don't want to unduly rush you, but I also want us to have a good quality conversation thereafter by way of Q&A. So if I can ask you to not go through each point, just give us the essence from each slide.
Thank you, Chair, will do. These are the vacancies. I just want to talk to the COO vacancy. In In terms of the new organizational structure, we've asked that this is changed to the executive manager grant funding. We found in the previous regime, all of the critical functions, stakeholder, so controlling the narrative, the disbursement of grants, the research-based funding was all within this portfolio. We've then separated that out based on very clinical business processes to say what should go under grant funding and what there needs to be corporate services. So we are not going to fill that position, and we haven't taken the revised structure yet to the board. We're still busy with consultations on that structure internally. The CIO, we're expecting the CIO to start coming Monday, and the company secretary is currently on a fixed-term contract, and we'll look at advertising that. Just the points that I want to touch on. I think a lot of time has been invested in education and awareness. Since 2023, we've had 183 education and awareness sessions, and we've reached around 46,000 people, primarily to share issues around our registration and our compliance processes. We've been able to develop internally a little module that says, I've got the grant, now what? Taking people through the next phase in terms of compliance, and I think the CFO has already alluded to some of the non-compliance areas of people not completing a progress report, for instance. I think those are the only points. The others I've covered. One of the other questions posed to the NLC is why Gauteng and why this huge amount of funding to Gauteng. There are a number of reasons for this. Gauteng has a number of sports national bodies or key federations. So, for instance, SASCOC, a number of the boxing, swimming, all of those federations are housed in Gauteng. And in 2023, there was a special call for federations. And so that then resulted in a large portion of the funding going to Gauteng. What we do to mitigate that, though, is that in the regs, there's a minimum of 5% spend per province. And the next slide actually talks to precisely that, oh no, apologies, I think it's coming on, that we try and ensure that there's a minimum of 5% per province. There's a few things that we have put in place to try and make sure that we manage the spread of funding across the provinces, and one of those is the cooling off period. That we've been able to implement. We are seeing a change in the stats. Last year, we had the bulk of the applications coming from Limpopo, with Gauteng then being second. So we are seeing a change in the uptake of our applications. We've also asked for a budget rollover to National Treasury, and this was approved in January 2025. Just in terms of the surpluses, we are a public entity and we've got to follow the National Treasury's instruction notes. So the 300 million that we've had to give over to National Treasury, even though I think the board felt that our legislation doesn't provide for this. In terms of being a public entity, these are things that we actually have to do, and we are still engaging with National Treasury in that regard. Grants had been allocated, so there was 2023-24, a balance of 810 million rand. The reasons for that underspend, the closing of the call, the number of distributing agencies, our system that wasn't able to produce the kind of results and with the kind of controls that we wanted. And then we also introduced at the same time a number of new internal control measures. That was then ring-fenced for allocations in 24-25, and out of that 810, we've already been able to allocate 756 million. In terms of research-based funding, 99 million was actually spent in 24-25, and the moratorium on research-based funding has been lifted since April 2022. This slide just very briefly talks to all of the key subsectors. So we look at where the priority funding focus areas are, and we also look at the actual spend. One of you will notice one of the areas that concerns us is the Northern Cape. And what we've asked provincial managers to do from this year going forward is that they need to do an assessment in terms of the state of the actual province And we actually have to go out and identify some of these areas for funding. This slide just tracks the applications received versus the grants allocated per year. And what you will notice is that we're receiving way more applications than grant allocations. It's roughly about 30. We are only able to fund about 30% of the applications that we receive on an annual basis. Our strategic risk register for grant funding, I think I've been able to speak to quite a few of these. I just want to pull out the war room. We've instituted this in this current last financial year into this one, and it's a partnership with the Department of Social Development, our technical partner, and the NLC, and we go around the country talking to individuals who are asking for assistance in terms of how they can lodge an application with us. We've also been able to implement through the CRO a non-compliant grantee management process. So this looks at grantees who are non-compliant on two levels. One is for administrative reasons, and the other one is around fraud and corruption. Where it's for administrative reasons, we actually work with that organization to get them to become compliant. Fraud and corruption obviously follows a separate and a legal process. And then we have lots of API partners, the application programming interface partners. We've been able to sign service level agreements and get these activated. So it's with CIPC, the Department of Social Development, Basic Education, SARS, Rand Merchant Bank, to name just a few. So this just gives you a visual map in terms of the various modules within the system, who are the key partners. Some of the ones in red are the ones that we've approached, but because of systems issues and system integration issues, we have to look at workarounds in that regard. In terms of the management and elimination of fraud and corruption, just critically, I've spoken about ISO 37001, which is the anti-bribery management systems and assessment framework, and we are intending to get that accreditation. We've also got a whistleblowing policy. The CAE has done extensive awareness around individuals internally to share with them what constitutes a protected disclosure. We also have a recently approved politically exposed persons policy that we're implementing in the organization. In terms of additional controls, besides the APIs, we also have the recovery of funds, which we believe is quite important. It is public funds, and we need to make sure that we're addressing this and dealing with that quite extensively. Chair, I think those are my presentations. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much, Commissioner. I don't know if Chair of the Board or Minister, you've got any closing remarks at this point, or we can go straight to questions.
Let's go through questions.
Okay, thank you. I like people who are ready. Thank you very much. So we have, in fact, I said it's 3 members, it's 4, who are going to take us through the various themes. So the intention is this. I said we must break at 1:45. I intend to stick to that. So I will not make any interruptions unless there is a point of clarity, particularly for the committee and the public. So we're going to start with Honorable Isaac. Honorable Isaac, you've got 20 minutes. That takes us to 25 to 11. This time there'll be no indulgence. And may I say that the back and forth between you is fine. I really won't intervene in between unless it's necessary.
Good. Thank you formally. Good morning, Chair. Good morning, colleagues, my members that are with me on the committee. It's great to have you with us. And I see some stressful faces. I asked you before the meeting if you'd relax. So, we're going to have a decent discussion. So, Chair has given me 20 minutes. I'm down to 19. So, I'm going to have to really move. Okay. Colleagues, look, it is unfortunately, when you look at the reports, a track record, I mean, yet again, another qualified audit outcomes. And I really look forward to the day with my colleagues when we can have somebody from an SOE or from government really comes here with a nice quality audit opinion, and doesn't leave us for many questions. But nevertheless, be as it may, I'm going to try to be concise. I want to speak specifically then to the grant management systems, which I get the impression after having read the report yesterday, and I scanned through it again this morning, I get the impression, and please correct me if I'm wrong, that the grant management system seems to be the root cause of this qualified opinion, because that is what the AGSA also alludes to, and you've spoken about it or alluded to it in your presentation. So what I need to understand is the conditions that is spoken of, the conditions as is outlined in the grant procurement that the NLC consistently seems to fail to abide by. So if you're able to capture that, I'd like you to please explain and make me understand. Okay? And then, Chairperson, through you, I want to understand, the AGSA has pointed out in the audit outcomes that there's some 25.2 million of grants and grant liabilities that were being overstated, okay, in the AGSA report. And then it goes on to further explain that whilst at the same time contingent liabilities were understated by the very same amount. So I need to understand, is this a accounting exercise, is this a journal entry, debit and a credit? If you could explain that, because this is what is really sticking out in the AGSA report. And based on that question that I've just spoken to, I need to then ask, what is then the role of the CFO and the internal audit risk unit? What is their role in addressing this? Are they functional? Are they on top of their game? So how come this disparity? Again, ma'am, Ms. Scholes, you've pointed out in your presentation that you have a strong audit action plan to address the non-compliance with legislation. That's what I heard this morning. So I must then ask, how is it that the NLC fails then to address these findings for 3 years now? For 3 years in a row, but yet you have a strong audit action plan. So I'd like to understand that. And then, this is the easy one. Is the board of the view that the Audit Risk Committee is honestly competent enough in exercising strong oversight over the internal audit unit? I want to also check and find out, perhaps to educate myself further, would the board also say, and honestly now, would the board also say that there is a culture of non-compliance with the AGSA recommendations? Now, and I'll tell you why I've asked you that question at the end, if Chair will allow me. I mean, and this question stems from, the lack of consistent implementation, and this is why I raise this. I'm going to move then to the performance against annual targets, and of course the delivery of the mandate that the NLC is so tasked with. The AGSA points out that the NLC did not achieve various key indicators that it is, of course, mandated to accomplish in terms of the PFMA. I mean, it's there in the presentation. There are the issues pertaining to regulatory compliance, which we spoke to in the presentation. There was this budget for 55.4 million rand, but there was only 25.4 million rand spent. Okay? So there was an underspend of 30 million. that is there, and you've alluded to it. Let's talk to the grant-making side of the program. The budget for this program was 1.6 billion, Minister, but the actual expenditure was 870 million. That is the grant-making program. So there was an underspend by 720 million under the grant-making program. So what is the reason for this non-achievement of the key strategies which is aimed at protecting the interest of the participants? I mean, given that there was still 30 million available under this program, and that KYC is just non-compliant. I'll move on briefly, Chair. I think I'm doing all right for time. Yeah, good. As mentioned under the program of grant making, and I'm speaking a little slow so that this can be captured and digested, and of course for the benefit of our fellow South Africans that are listening online, so that I'm trying to put it in simple English. So as mentioned, under the program of grant making, there was still 720 million rand available, right? I alluded to that. Why then did the NLC fail to sign service level agreements to then formalize these strategic partnerships and end up having this ridiculous amount of underspending? Chairperson, I want to also allude to management's decisions to omit the performance indicator. And you spoke to that, Ms. Scholz, in your presentation. That is, I'll put it to you this way, adjudicating applications for grant funding within 150 days. You alluded to that. So I need to understand, and I'm sure my colleagues and fellow South Africans out there need to understand, what prompted this decision of the delay? Okay? I mean, surely this is undermining transparency and accountability for delivery of your own mandate. Okay? And then, of course, I need to allude to this, Chairperson, and maybe I'm a little out of order, but please forgive me. I think this is my opportunity to raise this. You are here, and the Minister would like to also maybe participate. And there was an email that was received, okay, and I'm sure you might be aware of it. Minister, I think you're aware of it. And it goes on to say on page 9 that the scope of presentation attempts to shift blame for irregular expenditure of 615 million rand. You've seen this letter, Minister. There's operational failures, forensic investigation backlogs onto the former administration. And it goes on to say, however, approximately 251 transactions under review totaling 615 million include CTH contracts, the Maribello overspend in terms of the catering where they buy stuff from Woolworths and then double charge you. I think you know all about it. RFP costs and the modernization program. Modernization 4, am I correct, sir? Yeah. So all are falling under the tenure of the current board. This is what is being said, that these issues are falling under the tenure of the current board. Now, I know you might seek to deny that, but it is my duty, together with my colleagues, to interrogate and understand for the benefit of South Africans and as SCOPA. I think this is our job and our mandate. The turnaround strategy that was cited is not supported by the facts of continued irregular appointments. Minister, it says continued irregular appointments, ethical breaches, and procurement violations. And then to conclude, Chairperson, on this slide, and I'm done, it says the current board and commissioner must account for irregular expenditure. Manipulated RFP and licensing processes, continued use of irregular legal services. I need to hear you also express yourselves and allude to those accounting firms. Have they been vetted? Have they been checked? What has happened there? We need to get some concrete replies. And then, ironically, it speaks to, Minister, you've seen this, hostile workplace and ethical breaches. Massive cost overruns in procurement. The AGSA and SCOPA must be called to correct the public record, and the presentation that is being made today should be subjected to independent scrutiny for omissions and potential misrepresentation to Parliament. Anyway, this is what we received, and I'm trying to get clarity on this. And then, Chairperson, there was also the issue of a report. I read this somewhere, and please correct me if I'm wrong, but I think I read it over the weekend. There was something about a report that was handed to the Hawks and the Minister regarding fake professional qualifications of the interim company secretary. I'm not sure, Minister, if you're aware of this. Okay? But this is what I read. Which is this then resulted in the dismissal of the whistleblower. Okay? So please elaborate on this if you know about it. I need to understand. And then finally, Chairperson, I've done well. I've got 7 minutes, so I'm doing good. Chairperson, then finally, I need to understand that regarding the temporary license, Minister, which I know is a subject that seems at this point in time to be very close to your chest, and it's all over the press. Regarding this temporary license allocation, I must ask you, Minister, what is the likelihood of ticket sales being discontinued on the 1st of June? And I ask that question in the interest of fellow South Africans that so willingly participate with the lotto and the issue of Ituba holdings, etc. So, Chairperson, yeah, I think I've covered somewhat in detail what was expected of me, and I thank you for that opportunity. Thank you, colleagues.
Thank you. I really noted that you said the last question you're asking for a friend, not for yourself. Over to you.
Thank you, Chair and Honourable Isaac. I'm going to ask the CFO, Tina, if you could talk to all of the finance points. And then, Anash, if you could come in on the performance targets. Lesedi, there's questions around the irregular legal firm contracts, if you could handle those. And then I'll take some of the others. Thank you. I don't know, Molemo, if you also want to come in. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner. I think I'll start on the finance questions. Thank you, Honourable Isaac, for the questions. I think the first one that I want to deal with is just the 25.2 million rand, the over and the underspend on the grant liabilities and contingent liabilities. And the reason for this relates to the accounting treatment. So according to the accounting policy that we had to review and apply, you need to account for a grant in your books as a liability on the basis that it meets all of the mandatory documents that we set out in the guidelines and as per the legislation. If 2 or 3 of those mandatory documents are not met, it needs to go back and be accounted for as a contingent liability. And that's what I was referring to earlier in terms of the accounting standards and finding an accounting standard that is more applicable to the type of business that we do as the NLC. Because I think the challenge that comes in with these grants is that we're trying to clear historical issues. So these were grants that were approved over the last 3, 4, 5 years when the calls went out and the documents were received by the NLC. So now we're trying to fix a qualification in the current year relating to historical grants where we didn't have control of the documents that were submitted and approved at that point in time. So it really is a function of an accounting matter, a classification between being on balance sheet as a liability versus off balance sheet as a contingent liability. And that's what we're doing now. So what we have gone back to do to fix the qualification from prior years is really look at all 2,750 transactions on our books that make up these balances. We have gone through those transactions individually on a line-by-line basis. We vetted them against all the mandatory documents that have been required per those specific calls, and we're now accounting for them either on balance sheet or off balance sheet based on that. So that's where that qualification came from and what we're doing to address that specific qualification.
Thank you for that. I appreciate this. So based on your motivation and explanation, what was the AG's response to what you've just said?
Chair, we've been working quite closely with the AG in terms of the methodology. Because it's been a significant accounting policy change within the organizations, we've had significant consultations with both the AG and National Treasury in terms of how we account for these grants. And the findings that the AG raised in their previous audit report relating to the compliance and the mandatory documents is what we've been checking and vetting against now. So the AG is actually walking the journey with us to try and assist us so that we do clear this qualification through Chair. In terms of the audit plan and us addressing the compliance issues, I think, Chair, we need to look at the year in context. So we're looking at the 23-24 financial year, which is the first term of the new leadership of the NLC. And we have to bear in mind that for a better part of that year, at least the first 8 to 10 months, we were still operating with the policies and processes of the past. And those policies and processes, as the Commissioner highlighted, had significant deficiencies in them. So when you're operating with policies with deficiencies, there is a portion of the year that is going to have irregular expenditure, that is going to have non-compliances. If you look at SCM, for example, we only approved the revised SCM policy in November 2023. So from April to November, you were operating on the old policy with the deficiencies, and that's where some of the non-compliances came from. I think what we did do also coming in that new 23-24 financial year was try to clear the irregular qualifications of the previous 2 financial years, which also meant 100% review of every single procurement transaction that went through the books. And that's how we came up to the 615 million of irregular expenditure that was disclosed in the financial statements. So it was a process of unpacking what the issues were in the organization, what was the root cause of it, and then how do we fix it. So we really take the findings that the AG raises very seriously, when we unpack the root cause and we had to try and address it. It's just unfortunate that we were dealing with a whole number of legacy issues that we had to fix from scratch. And if you think about the grants, they were treated according to the previous accounting policy for probably 15, 16 years before that, and it was not an issue, But when the fraud and corruption happened, it gave rise to a new way of thinking, and you have to relook at how you account for some of these transactions. And it was just a storm of events that happened in the 23-24 financial year. I think I've addressed, in terms of the culture of non-compliance in addressing the AG recommendations, I think it has been a culture in the past. I can say confidently it is not a culture that we're applying currently with the new leadership team in terms of how we're trying to turn the business around and the seriousness, in which we're viewing non-compliance and how we're addressing that. So I think the AG is yet to audit the 24-25 financial year, but I think when you look at our results at the end of this audit, it will be significantly different to what you're seeing in the 23-24 audit. We have really put in a lot of work to try and address the control deficiencies identified. And I can say that because internal audit has also reviewed a lot of our processes and policies and the way we're doing things, and the internal audit reports are showing that there has been improvement. I think it is a step change, and it will take some time to completely get rid of the issues of the past, but we really are working very hard to try and close those matters. Chair, I think I've covered the financial related questions. I'll maybe allow Anashni to come in and then come in. Thanks.
All protocol observed. Honourable Isaac, I think delving straight into your questions around the performance as it relates to the NLC, I think we have demonstrated the 5 indicators in the 23-24 financial year and the current status thereof. Suffice to say, due to the volatility within the organization, one such incident that comes to mind is obviously the suspension of the head of supply chain, which unfortunately put a spanner in the works in terms of following due processes and procurement in terms of achieving some of these targets. So that if you have to take a deeper dive into some of the reasons underpinning the 5 non-achieved targets, you will find that these elements sort of surface time and time again. That being said, we have demonstrated that we were able to implement a catch-up plan and obviously achieve them in the 2024 year. The other question around the spend in terms of what was allocated for regulatory compliance, that relates to, for lack of a better word, ring fencing of consulting fees as it related to the 4th RFP, which I'm not going to say didn't materialize. What subsequently happened is those costs were then moved to the RFP directly. So that is why you sort of seeing the 30 million budgeted under regulatory compliance. So it's not an underspend. It was just executed under the RFP line item rather than the regulatory compliance. Under grant funding, you noted that there was still an amount or a surplus of 720 million, and we didn't sign the SLAs with the strategic partners. This one is a little bit more complex as it relates to, we actually don't call it proactive funding anymore. We've aligned it to the amended legislation, so we call it research-based funding. So under research-based funding, there are 2 elements. There's planned research-based funding and unplanned. So the unplanned relates to what we also call internally emergencies. So in this particular scenario, if you'll allow me to use the example of the floods, the KZN floods. It's an emergency. And of course, we had to put in processes and systems in place to make sure that what transpired historically, we didn't repeat that. So the strategic partners actually refers to a pre-vetted panel of service providers / implementers. So in the event of the floods, we don't waste time. We can have almost a real-time response to these type of emergencies because we've gone out to market. We've called for these strategic partners to come on board to say NLC is establishing a panel of accredited NPOs that will be able to respond to emergencies in real time. So the SLA then implied that once we had made sure that we sort of dotted all our I's and crossed our T's, that we signed these service level agreements with them. When we interrogated this further, we realized that the SLAs are actually just the grant agreements. So you would see that even in the presentation today, we say achieved because they are actually required to sign a grant agreement or a contract before any funds are dispersed at the end of the day. The 150 days target, it pertains to Regulation 3A. It is something that we take very seriously internally at the NLC because, of course, it's meant to improve our turnaround times. The unfortunate part with the 23-24 year is the late timing. We closed the call on the 11th of August, 2023. And then with the process, we realized that we couldn't go about implementing or rolling out grant funding like we had before, how we had done that before. I beg your pardon. So what happened is we introduced some internal controls, one of which being the pre-inspection site visit. What does a pre-inspection site visit entail? It means that we need a warm body to go out there to verify that the organization does exist. There are proper controls in place. There is a fully functioning body in terms of people being able to oversee the grant. They do have the capacity. It's a long list, a checklist that we call a pre-adjudication risk matrix. Yes, quite correct. But we're not doing it, over Teams. It requires that we physically go there. Yes, we met with them. There's no building. We met under a tree. So those are the type of reports that would come in that helps us inform the distributing agency at the end of the day before a decision can be taken. So it is technically a pre-vetting. The resultant or the unintended consequences of that was that we unfortunately encountered some resistance from Labour because Labour came back and said, it's not within my job profile, so I'm not going to go out. So we then managed to come up with a secondary measure where we onboarded unemployed graduates mainly with audit and financial background. And this obviously had a time delay. We then had to bring them in and we had to make sure that we had logistics in place so that they're able to go out into the field. And remember, far and wide, you take, for example, a province like the Northern Cape, you can understand there's considerable driving time, sometimes in excess of 5 hours. So we had to make sure that we had all the logistical arrangements in place for these unemployed graduates to go out and execute this function. So a snowball effect, unfortunately exacerbated by the fact that we received 5,303 applications. So all 5,303 projects had to be vetted. And then we had limitations, capacity limitations with the distributing agency members as well. So all in all, even though we were able to get all projects visited before end of the financial year, as the process moved through, we hit a backlog with having capacity, sufficient capacity with our distributing agency members. Yes, I think I've addressed all the performance-related targets. Thank you, Chair. Advocate.
Thank you. Good morning, Chairperson. Good morning, honorable members, the Minister, DM, Chairperson of the NLC Board, Commissioner, as well as the DG, Chair and colleagues. Chair, I'm going to respond to two questions as posed by Honorable Esop. The first one relating, I beg your pardon, Isaac. The first one relating to the irregularly appointed law firms, as well as the second one relating to the question posed on behalf of a friend. You will appreciate that slide 3 of the Commissioner indicated that in September of 2022, when the acting Commissioner, Mr. Lionel October, took over, there was a discovery of some irregular SCM contracts. And amongst them, there was a list of appointed law firms. And their contracts, some of them were terminated, which left the NLC with no legal panel. And that irregular appointments were reported eventually to the National Treasury. But as it is common cause that there should be some regularization, particularly for those legal services that were critical to the organization, especially those emanated from the findings of the SIU, for consequence management to be meted out to some NLC employees. So amongst the law firms that were already seized with the disciplinary processes to initiate, CTH attorneys were one of those law firms. And therefore, to regularize and to ensure that there is compliance and governance processes are followed, the NLC decided to embark on a transversal contract with the National Consumer Tribunal Legal Panel. And that emanates from the National Treasury regulations, in particular, Regulation 16, capital A 6.6, which clothes the accounting authority and or the accounting officer with a discretion. Obviously, it must be judicial discretion, that they may, on behalf of their public entity, participate in a contract arranged by another entity where there was competitive bidding process. And we realized that the NCT did exactly that in October of 2020. And therefore, there was that transversal contract, which amongst the panel, it was CTH attorneys. So that was one way of trying to regularize the previously deemed irregular appointment of CTH. And then we eventually have a regularized process, which is governed by a service level agreement, which was signed between ourselves and CTH on the 18th of September 2023. So as we speak currently, they are regular after following that National Treasury regulation section that I've already quoted. And then the second response to the question posed about a whistleblower having been dismissed. I should put it on record, Chair, that the dismissal of that individual was mainly not as a result of her whistleblowing. In actual fact, what is deficient in the email that you've just read, which I'm not privy to, is that that person did not indicate that she has not been coming to work for more than 2 years. She has not been working remotely. She's not been working from home. She's been AWOL for more than 2 years. She's been refusing to come to work. And the whistleblowing is just a red herring. But eventually, the legal processes got underway in a form of incapacity process where she was legally represented in that process. And that is as a result of her dismissal on incapacity, which she considered to, by the way, in that legal process. So the whistleblowing has never been established nor being confirmed either by forensic investigations after the reports were leveled against the members of the board, the commissioner, and some executives, including myself, by the way. They did not yield anything to confirm the veracity of the whistleblowing, but the dismissal was not based on the whistleblowing, but rather on incapacity. So that's the response to your friend. Thank you.
Chair, just guided by you, I do have 1 or 2 responses, but I'm conscious of your 10:45.
No, let's rather complete Honorable Isaac's portion of the query so that we move on when we return.
Thank you, Chair. I think I just want to maybe just highlight there was no management dashboard at the NLC, so we didn't know how long things took. We've been able to put those systems in place. We now know that the DAs, the distributing agencies, take they can adjudicate 12 applications a day. We had 5,303 applications that needed to be adjudicated at the rate of 12. I think it was well into November of this year. And so that is a constraint. It's an actual physical constraint. So when it comes to the 150 days, when we did these sums, we said it's impossible for us we'll never achieve this target. And so we said we're not shying away from reporting on it. We'll still report on it to our governance structures, and let's put it in the annual operational plan within the grant funding area. I think I must also just indicate a lot of our processes are still manual. Finance is manual, HCM is manual, so we need to automate. And our grant funding, even though it's, but it's individuals capturing it on Fusion, on the current grant management system, with the ID numbers, because we've had to make some of those changes. So the only way is to bring in a new system, because you can't even rely on the data integrity on on the existing fusion system, because you don't know who had their hand in what, and so you needed to bring in a new system, and that's where we are right now. I think in the question, and I also haven't seen the letter, but in terms of the qualifications of the interim company secretary, everybody gets vetted. We go through a process, we check qualifications before people are onboarded. And so we've done that, even if it's on a part-time basis as well. I've been security vetted. I have a top secret clearance from SSA. We are in discussions with SSA to come in and at least vet some of us. We've done lifestyle audits. All of the execs, I think bar one senior manager has done the lifestyle audits, because we do need to make sure that we're operating from an ethical platform. I think that's maybe what I want to say. I'm not sure if I can look at my Audit and Risk Committee chairperson.
Thank you so much, Chair. Yeah, I guess after 22 entities that I've been in the past 16 years in audit committees, I do believe I'm qualified, and we have a very robust, not just from the audit committee members, but even from the board itself. And we've made our CVs available when Portfolio Committee requested it. So there hasn't been anything coming in. But I also want to say that even Auditor General have access to our records, including also attending our meetings. So as far as how strong we are as an audit committee, I'm quite comfortable with that. And also as a CA and a registered auditor previously, I think I can make that assessment. I do also, though, want to add, Mr. Isak, that I think management have given you a context of what we're working with, but I want to also just bring into few issues that are systematic within our processes. You see, in the environment that we operate, it assumes that the NPO and the director of the NPO knows and understand what is the compliance requirement in relation to income tax, VAT, tax clearance, NPO registration. But we already know that more than 70% of the NPO in the sector are non-compliant. That is why there's a deregistration. We already know that some of these NPO, because the NPO Act does not have a delinquents registry that is being kept, they move from one NPO and create another NPO. And the fact that within the NLC, we did not track ID numbers. Literally, we had a list of over 4,000 individuals whom we had said they have contravened our application, but we're not tracking them in any system. They were sitting in some Excel spreadsheet which no one was even looking at, which we have handed over to our forensic unit, the CAE. But I also want to bring into that we need to separate accounting issues and legal issues. There is a substance over form over how we're thinking that accounting treatment needs to be dealt with, which then led to a qualification. But fundamentally, it's also about, we have a legislation that requires this cumbersome when the financial literacy of people that we're dealing with do not actually even exist. They don't understand that there's a difference between independent review, audit, and also compilation. By them not understanding that, they will send us documents, some of them are fraudulent, some of them are actually not even reviewed. And then there's then this back and forth that there hasn't been a compliance, but when you track back, also even when you analyze those that have complied with those requirements, you find conflicts of interest have not been disclosed by the accounting professions, because the regulatory, within the accounting profession itself, there's no oversight. So I want to give us the context that we're operating in an environment as a South Africans that is just systematic, that there is no interlink of these processes. We're gonna need to fix the DSD and clean up that registry to make sure that the NPOs that are in the system and the individuals that have contravened any legislation are delinquent, and that be public, because then everyone can know that that NPO you can appoint as a board member and being in the registry. But we're also gonna fix up the Companies Act also in relation to that and follow through. And this is not just going to be the NLC's requirement of work is going to need to fit up throughout the system. And I just want to give that context so that we understand what are the issues on the ground and what informs those issues. But as far as NLC is concerned, we are going to make sure that the NPOs that we are funding are compliant in terms of income tax and tax clearances, and also they are registered, because that is what our legislation requires. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chair. Thank you, Mr. Esak, for your penetrating questions. I really want to make two points. I want to say that it is important to appreciate that the board of the NLC is trying to fix the tire of an aeroplane while it is flying. And it's work that has to be done, otherwise we'll never land. And yet it's work that is never without its hazards. So we're not claiming to be perfect in every respect. But we're making progress. That much I can say. The second thing to remember, your comment was, it was this board, it was this management. You need to appreciate, sir, that the appointment of the senior executives and management of the organization since the commissioner came into office in 2003 is only now, it's not even complete. The appointments keep being made. So while you can see some failings in some parts, part of it is that there is in fact the process of bringing in a team of people to do this. In due course, that issue will be overcome. The third thing that I'm glad, sir, that you mentioned that you received an email or there's a whistleblower, which I'm glad, because I think that distinguishes the work of the AG from the people who send you emails and you act on them. A lot of those are blatantly malicious. I think that's the word to use. It is not true that the company secretary doesn't have the qualifications. It is blatantly untrue, because we vetted the qualifications. Even after that email you talk about, we checked again, and the company secretary has got adequate, more than adequate qualifications for the job she does. And as far as we are concerned, she's doing a very good job. Secondly, I want to say that we had the same people didn't complain when there was a company secretary in the organization for a very long time who was part of the culture of corruption in the organization. So we don't want to say, we want the full information to be provided where possible. There were no fake qualifications at all. In terms of the irregular appointment, there is no irregular appointment that takes place in the organization. I don't know on what basis someone can say they are irregular appointments, because the Act says that the commissioner shall, in consultation with the board, appoint suitable persons, appoint such staff members as may be necessary to efficiently and effectively perform the functions and duties of the commission. So the commissioner does have the authority to make the appointments. The commissioner cannot make irregular appointments. And I don't understand in what case it is, because all the appointments the commissioner presents to the committee of the board, Human Capital Committee of the board, that goes through and approves the appointments that she does. So it is blatantly untrue that the commissioner would have done that. And the third thing is to recognize that for a while, I can't quite remember, since 2023, I think, we've had distributing agents that were short of the normal number we have. And it has taken a very long time to appoint distributing agents. We have, in fact, as I speak, something like 2, if not 3, distributing agents. out of a possible 7, 8, 9. And as a result, the distributing agents just could not keep up with the pressure because there were 3 at the time. And we realized that we had a backlog of about 810 million rand that was unspent. So in the circumstances that we were, the NLC and the board do not appoint distributing agents. The distributing agents are appointed by the minister after consultation with the board. And there were all sorts of reasons why the appointments were not made or not made in time, and the minister was reporting to us continuously about those. So in the circumstances at a human level, it was not surprising. And since, in fact, those same distributing agents that were very short, they worked so hard, round the clock, that by the end of last year, they had cut that backlog in a large way. So I do want to say that the work of the NLC is very serious because there's a balance that is being made, because we do reviewers as well. The balance that has to be made between what is in the Act and what the judges have ruled on critical areas. So we are constantly having to educate each other on the latest decisions of the judges, how they are applied, on the Supreme Court of Appeals, and what effect it has on the adjudication of grants we have. At the same time, we are trying to say we are a humane institution. We don't want to be a tick box institution when we know we're working with people who are vulnerable and deprived and poor, and may not have all the facilities to bring us the information that we want necessarily. So we need to make that balance all the time. And if we don't make the balance, then we become a very bureaucratic organization that doesn't serve the interests of the poor. Thank you.
Thank you. I think we've gone through all the questions, correct? No, thank you very much. I'll just make a comment. So I was once on the board of a grant-making institution. That's when I realized how corrupt the NGO space is. You get people who are chief executive in this organization, but on the same list of applications, they are chairman of the board there, and they're recipient somewhere else. And yeah, anyway, it's a lot. I just wanted to ask, have you referred any matters to the SIU since you're working with them? So you get information, have you referred any matters to the SIU? Can you just give us a sense? I want us to just complete this before we go to break.
Chair, so in 23-24, we've referred 30 matters to the SIU, totaling 81.6 million. 24-25, we've referred 28 matters, totaling 43.6 million. So we do refer to the SIU.
All right.
No, thank you, Chair. Just a follow-up there. Are these emanating from SIU requesting information, or was it your own initiative?
Thank you, Chair. Often it's through a whistleblower report, or the Chief Audit Executive has, in another investigation, uncovered something. And then, because you'll find that a lot of the directors, I think, Chair, as you've alluded to, are kind of similar to, it's the same story. And so it's partly because of our investigations, but also some whistleblowers as well. Thank you.
Thank you very much. May we break? It's 11:04. I'm going to be rough on the length of time. I wanted 15 minutes idea. Can we be back here, say at 10:15? 10 minutes, please. with the questions so that we can give everybody a fair chance, because we still need to cover follow-up questions for the members. I want to reiterate that 20 minutes is for questions and answers, not just for questions. Otherwise, we'll be here all afternoon. But I know you, Honorable Skosana, you are usually to the point. I'm not making a comment about the other members. I'm just talking about you only. So if we can do that, we'll allocate 20 minutes there too, and then we'll move on to the next set. Thank you.
Yeah, no, thank you very much, Honorable Chair, and greetings to the Minister, the DM, DG, the Board Chair, the Commissioner, and the entire team from the NLC, our colleagues, and all other stakeholders present. Yeah, Chair, Umzala, the Honorable Isaac, has ventured into my territory. He has asked some of the questions that relate to irregular expenditure. So I've got 10 questions, but I'm going to divide them into two sets. The first set relates to irregular expenditures and consequence management.
This is not our day today.
Yeah, today.
With the cell phones.
Yeah, Chair. Well, the first set relates to irregular expenditure and consequence management. I will ask them together and allow the team to respond. Then from there, we'll move on to the second set that relates to deviations and expansions. Yeah, well, I will start with a concern before starting with my question. A concern that there's Mr. October, who was appointed as the acting commissioner, but he was appointed in September in 2022. So I've got a concern, why was he not appointed in October? That's the concern that I have. That's on the lighter note, Chair. Yeah, Chair, I think the commissioner indicated that one of the strategies that they are applying to deal with the issue of the irregular expenditure is to cancel some of the existing irregular contracts, except for those that are providing critical services. So I just want to find out as to what is the financial impact of that, because if there's a contract and SLA in place, it can't be easy, obviously, to cancel it. So what are the financial impacts of that? Secondly, with regards to slide 12, if I'm reading that slide correct, the total accumulative irregular expenditure is standing at about 615 million rands. And then there's about 197 million rands a condonation request that was submitted to the National Treasury on the 30th of June 2024. But there's a further 415 million plus that has also been recommended for condonation. And there's only 2.8 million rands that is recommended for further investigation. And this 2.8 million rands does not even constitute a percentage. I think it constitutes less than 1% of the total 615 million rands. So it's only less than a percentage that is recommended for further investigation. Why is that the case? Because when we look at the institution, especially having received a presentation from the AGSA and also from the SIU, I think we saw a number of things that are taking place, that were taking place which are wrong. But here I see that the total number of the amount that is being recommended for condonation, it means it is more than 99% of the entire irregular expenditure. Why is that the case? My third question is still with regards to the irregular expenditure. How much of the irregular expenditure relates to long-term contracts? And who are the main service providers for those long-term contracts? My fourth question, the NLC failed to initiate consequence management proceedings within 30-day window period as required by the regulation after identifying irregular expenditure. So I want to find out what progress has the NLC made in establishing a loss control function to conduct timely investigation into irregular expenditure, so that you are in line with the regulation for that 30-day period. Now, with regards to disciplinary measures against implicated officials, I think there are instances where counseling was handed down as a sanction to remedy transgression and avoid future wrongdoing. So I want to find out whether has that been effective, the issue of counseling as a sanction. Has it been effective? And lastly, for officials placed under precautionary suspension, are they suspended with full pay? Yeah, those are the first sets. That is the first set of my questions, Chair. Thanks.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honourable Skosana. I'm going to ask the CFO to deal with the irregular expenditure, and then I've got both the Chair and the Deputy Chair of the Loss Control Committee. So, Lesedi Molemo, can you handle those? And then I'll just come in on some of the DCs. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner. Thank you, Honourable Skosana, for the questions. In terms of the cancellation of the irregular contracts and the financial impact of that, I think we've been fortunate in the sense that all of our SLAs with our suppliers allow for a 30-day notice period in the event of cancellation of the contract. So that was what was enforced on those contracts that were cancelled. So we gave the supplier notice to terminate those contracts. So it really didn't have any long-term financial impact, and there has not been any litigation that has arisen from us cancelling any of the contracts with those suppliers. In terms of slide 12 and the irregular expenditure, so the reason for the irregular expenditure in the organization was not because, or did not cause a financial loss to the NLC. The reason for the irregular expenditure was non-compliance to the SCM legislation. So to give you an example, there was no clear guidance on the scoring criteria that went out when a terms of reference was published, and it was not in line with the PPR guidelines from 2016, 2017, so the public procurement regulations and guidelines. In certain instances, 3 quotes were not obtained in the process, or the local content requirements were not adhered to. In addition, deviations were approved outside the delegation of authority. And in some instances, you continue to use the services of service providers with a contract having lapsed. So those were some of the reasons for the non-compliances, and not necessarily that there was fraud within these contracts. So all of the 251 contracts that we took through the National Treasury guidelines around how do you classify irregular expenditure in terms of the assessment, the determination, the investigations, we had all of those transactions reviewed by external forensic investigators for us, and they conducted that assessment process for us. And based on those findings, we concluded that it wasn't, a fraudulent, or there wasn't a loss to the NLC, but rather non-compliance with the legislation. The ones that, the 2.8 million where there was losses, has been referred to for further investigation. And then in terms of how much irregular expenditure relates to long-term contracts and service providers, With your permission, Chair, we can submit that in writing. There's over 251 contracts, so we'd go through the detail and we'd submit that. But, you know, there were, so just to give you an example, so the panel of law firms, so there were like 20 law firms on the panel that was cancelled because the scoring criteria wasn't correct. There was all the security uniforms purchased, security contracts, because there was no local content in that was cancelled. So there's a myriad of different categories. There's a lot in the media space, marketing, that was entered into, you know, that were irregular contracts. So I think, you know, as we go through the process, and I think the SIU, when they did present, they also looking at an additional proclamation to investigate some of the historical expenditure, because I think for the ones that we have investigated and have gone through the loss control, we can based on the investigation reports, we can confidently say, you know, there's been no losses. But what else happened in the past? And you know, it's 10 years worth of contracts that we don't know about. So as you pick up on something that's investigated, and then in terms of the I'll touch very briefly on the Loss Control Committee. So very correct, it has taken us a long time to process the irregular expenditure, and we haven't been able to do it within the 30 days, and that's because there was no Loss Control Committee within the NLC, and we established that once the head of legal and the CRO joined in March, April last year, and we do have a fully fledged functioning committee now, and any new irregular expenditure that is identified, we communicate that to the internal audit team for investigation. But I think, as Commissioner reported on in one of the slides, we've managed to reduce the current year confirmed irregular expenditure down to the 4.4 million, but those also relate to historical contracts. So we've put in significant controls to try and address that. But I can hand over to, we covered, okay, there's nothing further, I think, to add on the Loss Control Committee, but we've done a significant capacitation of the Loss Control Committee. So we looked at other institutions and how their loss controls committees were functioning. So we brought that training within the NLC as well. We have a comprehensive policy, and all transactions are being vetted. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. Through you. Tina, I'm not sure if you've answered the question on the financial impact of the critical services. You have that. Okay, perfect. Thank you. Chair, and then through you, Honourable Skosana, the corrective counselling has had an unintended consequence in the organisation. What we're finding now is that individuals don't want to serve on those committees, and they are statutory committees that we actually do need. So while we have implemented consequence management, people now are saying, no, they don't want to be part of these committees. And we've had to go back, put them through, and we've brought in National Treasury to come and assist us to do the training for all of the colleagues. So I think it has been effective, because I think we're seeing a reduction in the irregular expenditure, and we will continue to track that. And yes, the suspension is on full pay. It's a precautionary suspension. Thank you, Chair. I think those are the questions, I hope.
No, thank you very much, Chair. Yeah, I will then proceed to the second set of my questions. Yeah, there have been several instances in your institution where existing contracts were extended without the approval of the bid adjudication committee. Now, so have the contracts that we have disclosed in your annual report been approved by the bid adjudication committee? And secondly, additional scope of work related to projects is one of the leading reasons for extensions in your institution. So my question is, why is the full scope of work not captured in the initial tender or in the initial contract to avoid the cost of escalations that come with the additional scope? Then my third question is, what is the total financial impact of the contract deviations and expansions in the last 2 financial years, which is 2022-23 and 2023-24? And my last question is, have you done a cost-benefit analysis on these projects that require deviations and expansions? Is there a benefit, or is it a continuous modification of contracts to keep the same service provider on board? Yeah, those are my questions, Chair. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. I think I just want to have an overall comment before the CFO comes in. In terms of the variations and the expansions, these things were often done deliberately. Because, for instance, if you look at one contract that was supposed to do ethics management training, they would load that with a range of other things that they wanted done within the organization. And so that in part explains why many of these contracts were varied and or expanded. So it was individuals who were wanting to circumvent due process within the organization. I think that's been our assessment just in terms of a root cause. But CFO, can you come in?
Thank you, Commissioner. So in terms of the question around the existing contracts and the approval by bid adjudication committee, so I think it was a trend in the past that deviations and expansions never went to bid adjudication committee for approval, but we have subsequently revised our delegation of authority and SCM policy, and the current contracts or the current deviations do go through the committee structures. And in terms of the additional scope of work and what was the full scope, and the amendments to that, to be very honest, Chair and members, I think there is a deficiency within the organization when it comes to writing bid specifications. We require managers in the organization to sit as BSC members. Sometimes they have no knowledge of the particular spec that they're writing. And some of those deficiencies come via that. So what we try to do and look at now as part of the new operating model and structure is to try and create a strategic sourcing function within SCM that bridges the gap between what's happening in the market and the bid specification committee. And that function will be able to bring in, advice in terms of this is what's out there, this is best practice, these are the things you need to consider in drafting the spec, so we don't have this problem of scope creep all the time. So one thing we've done over the last year and a half, 2 years, is our Audit and Risk Committee and our Finance Committee has been very, very strict in terms of what we take through and what is approved when it comes to deviations or variations. We really only deviate if there's a need to deviate. So where in the past it was something that was a norm, it's not the norm anymore within the organization. And we really do a solid motivation should a deviation arise. Chair, in terms of cost-benefit analysis and whether that's done in terms of the contracts, probably not to the scale that it needs to be done. I think there is some thinking around that, and we do apply our minds to it. But it's something that we need to embed as part of closing the gap with the quality of the specifications when we do go out to market. In terms of the deviations, Chair, I think in terms of all of the actual numbers, we will submit that via a written submission. But just to give you an example, we took through deviations of 493,000 Rand for the last quarter of the financial year to the Finance Committee. And most of our deviations that we are approving currently relates to emergency repairs or sole suppliers where it comes to licenses. That's our biggest cost. If there are less than 3 quotes and we've gone out to market more than 2 times, then we do take that through via deviation. But those are the sort of the nature of the deviations that we are approving currently, so not just willy-nilly on any contract. Hope that answers. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Both Honorable Skosana and the NLC. Everything's been answered.
Well, still on deviations here, I think to a larger extent the CFO did answer. But then just to check as to compared to previously, are you having perhaps a new structure that focuses on deviation specifically, that when there's a need for a deviation, maybe there's a structure that has to sit and look at it? Because I know that even emergency deviations can also be abused. People do create, there are self-created emergencies that can be done for the purpose of doing deviations. Do you have perhaps a sort of a structure that sit and focus on deviations just to make sure that to satisfy the organization that definitely in this particular regard there is a need for deviation?
Thank you. So no formal structure, but we do have a delegation of authority framework which guides at which level deviations are approved within the organization. And there's a properly documented process. So just to give you an example in terms of what the emergencies, you know, we are very strict about applying the legislation in terms of what constitutes the emergency. And it must be either a threat to the lives of an individual, or it's something so critical that you know, you can't continue to operate as an entity. And I think we've narrowed down our policy in terms of what can be submitted and considered as an emergency, just to give you some feedback on that concern. But no formal structure, just a submission that is approved based on the value of the deviation.
Thank you very much. Thanks very much, Honorable Skosana, and thanks very much to you, Commissioner, and your team. I'll hand over to Honorable Nondenja for your 20. Thank you. Sorry, is your mic on, Honorable Member?
Thank you, Chair. Greetings to everyone. The HSA, in the emphasis of matters section of its audit report, highlighted that, as disclosed in the statement of comparison of budget and actual amount in the NLC, the NLC materially underspent the budget by 957.2 million on the allocation of grants. What were the underlying causes of this underspending, and what correction actions are being implemented to ensure that the future budgets for grant allocations are fully and effectively utilized in line with the NLC's mandate? What impact has this underspending had on potential beneficiaries? According to 2023-24 annual report on page 108, grant liabilities increased by 7% to 290 million due to open liabilities at year end following a change in accounting policy. What was the nature of this accounting policy, and how does it affect recognition, timing, and reporting grant commitments going forward? What measures has the NLC put in place to ensure that open grants liabilities do not increase? My next question is on saying, what is the status of filling vacancies in the distribution agency, and have any appointment been made by the executive authority to date? When will the position of coup be filled up, which has been vacant since August 2022? What measures is NLC considering to address concerns regarding the size of the board and the workload carried by its members? The chairperson has identified epicenter of the corrupt activities at the NLC. What is the board doing to curb such incidents? What consequence management has been implemented? Are there any recoveries done by the leadership of the NLC? Are there any civil or criminal cases opened against former executive and senior managers who are implicated? What role has the board played to ensure adherence to conditions outlined in the grant agreements? For the past 4 consecutive years, NLC annual financial statements were not compliant with the legislation. The same applies to annual performance report. What has the leadership of the NLC done to improve this situation? What are the conditions outlined in the grant agreements that the NLC constantly fails to abide by? Whose responsibility it is within the NLC to ensure that those conditions are met by the beneficiaries? I think I will pause there, Chairperson.
Thank you.
Can proceed.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you very much, Honourable Nontensha. I'm going to ask the CFO, the Advocate Boyhang, to just respond on the recoveries. Perhaps Vincent, Mr. Jones, if you could come in on the civil criminal cases opened against senior managers. Where the NLC initiates a forensic investigation, we do open criminal cases with the police, but perhaps just, Vincent, I'm not sure if you've got that data about senior managers. Many of these are implicated in the SIU investigations, and the SIU then runs and does all of those, puts all the case files together. Tina, can I hand over to you, Lesedi and Vincent, please?
Thank you, Commissioner. Honourable Nontensha, thank you for the questions. I think the first one, in terms of the underspending of grants, I think as articulated in the presentation, there were a number of reasons for the underspending of grants. I think the first one that was highlighted is just the timing of when the call was issued, and then the pre-inspected function that we introduced into the organization that had to go out and review all 5,303 applications, coupled with the fact that we only had 3 distributing agency members. So it was a snowball effect in terms of how many grants could be approved in that particular financial year. But in the following financial year, we roll forward those grants or those applications essentially, and we did manage to disperse a significant portion of the balance that was carried forward from the 23-24 financial year. I think it was close on to 770 million rand of that remaining balance that we dispersed in the following financial year. And then with regards to the question on the grant liabilities, yes, the change and the increase in the grant liability number is as a result of the change in accounting policy. So the previous accounting policy of the NLC, as soon as the distributing agency approved an allocation to a beneficiary, that was recorded as a liability in the books of the NLC. Whereas the new accounting policy, you only record a liability when you have a signed grant agreement in place and you've met all the conditions of that were required for dispersing that grant. So the change in accounting policy resulted in a move from transactions being recorded on the actual balance sheet as a liability versus a contingent liability in the notes to the financial statement. And in terms of measures being put in place to ensure open liabilities, I think there's a significant amount of work that operations are doing, follow up with the beneficiaries in ensuring that all supporting documents are obtained so that we can process those grants. I think And then just to address the last question in terms of, the past 4 years and that there have been control deficiencies identified. I think we have implemented a significant amount of controls within the grant environment, within the SCM environment, across the organization by ensuring that we have reviewed all our process, our policies, our systems, and trying to identify the root cause of the issues in the past and fix those going forward. So we have we've managed to address and bed down some of the irregular expenditure issues, and the grants issues. I think we're in the process of ensuring that we can rectify that qualification in the current financial audit and clear that one, and then that would be off our books as well. I hand over to you, Advocate. Thank you.
Thank you, Chairperson. Chairperson, I'll respond to the recoveries. Recoveries done by the NLC is done in 2 ways and informed by 2 pieces of legislation. The first one being the PFMA, specifically Section 51, subsection 1B, which clothes the accounting authority to recover costs from various service providers. We do that. As well as to recover costs from former employees and or current employees which are indebted to the organization. Further to that, we do recover any legal costs or that we may have been granted by the court for having prevailed over a matter against us. So that's when we invoke the PFMA. And on the grant agreement side, we also invoke our enabling legislation, specifically Section 10, subsection 1R thereof, which also gives the board a responsibility to ensure that they put all reasonable measures to recover grants that have been withdrawn or reduced as a result of them being non-compliant. So we are in the process currently to recover monies that have been misappropriated or being appropriated without consent from the organization or that are contrary to the grant agreement conditions. And we wish to indicate that we are making strides. There's 6.4 million so far that we've recovered from the legal division side, emanating from non-compliance grantees, and we've got a whole list of those that we are following. But in certain instances, we come to a discovery that some of the non-compliance as a result of the grant, it's bad money. So we try to do a cost-benefit analysis before we even try to chase the recovery of that money. So we do recommend, I don't want to say write off in a way, but those bad debts that we cannot recover, based on the cost-benefit analysis that we do, we usually don't recover them. But it's not the end of it. Once we are unable to recover, we make referrals to the non-grantee committee to blacklist those grantees. We make referrals if there's elements of criminality. We make referrals to the SAPS and other bodies within the organization where those should be listed in the register. So that's the process that we're following currently, but we're making serious strides in that respect. Thank you, Chair.
Good afternoon, Honourable Chair, Honourable Members, Minister of DTI, Deputy Minister of DTI, and all members in the House. All protocols observed. I'm Vincent Jones. I'm the Chief Audit Executive at the National Lotteries Commission. So to provide some context in terms of the criminal cases being opened. So once we have completed our investigation and we determined that there were either misappropriation of funds, fraud, or corrupt acts happening, we would register a criminal case with the SAPS. The SAPS would then follow their own investigative approach, and they would interview and obtain affidavits from everybody in the value chain that was involved in the receiving of that grant as well as the approval. In respect of whether any senior managers has been reported to the SAPS from my unit, at this stage, no. Most of the criminal referrals that has taken place is in respect of previous senior management that was at the NLC, which the SIU investigated through proactive funding, and those criminal referrals were done to the NPA. And those individuals currently include the previous COO, the previous CRO, members of the board, as well as the previous commissioner, from what I can recall. Thank you.
Chair, I'm going to ask Chiki Hanash. There was a question from Honourable Nontensha just about the conditions in the GA that we haven't achieved. Do you want to respond to that, please?
Good morning, Chair. Good morning, Minister, DM, members, and all the honourable members. As we have indicated that one of the things that have also led to the qualifications in terms of grant funding is how the beneficiaries actually adhere to the grant agreement. And some of the areas where we are really struggling is the issues around the PFMA in terms of procurement, where they are expected to actually follow the rules of procurement. And as we have actually indicated earlier, is that the literacy levels, the levels of understanding of our applicants, is that these things are not necessarily adhered to, and these are the things that also gets checked. One of the other issues is that is very explicit in our grant agreement is in order for us to, for you to close the grant agreement, is that you need to, once the final tranche is being disbursed and you need to submit the progress report, you also expected to give us financial statements which are able to reflect what you have used the money for and be able to properly account for that. That is definitely one of our biggest issues that we are dealing with, because a lot of our, like we've said earlier, a lot of our grantees, they, although the NLC do give them money for doing an audit and financial statements, but we certainly are still struggling for them to submit financial statements to be able to provide us with that information. So what we have done is we have done a lot of reforms in terms of reviewing our grant agreement, where we are now able to build in all these conditions that have actually been highlighted as the lack of controls in terms of our grant agreement. And we are in the process of actually launching a new grant agreement whereby we are going to have extensive education and awareness that we will be able to take the grantees through for the understanding by the time they come as part of our upfront processes, even though there is also one of the processes that we will be automating, but we have acknowledged to say that because it is such a difficult document, and it's also very difficult to understand. We as the NLC, we are taking strides to making sure that we are simplifying that for them, and we will certainly be able to make sure that upfront we will be able to give them the necessary training to be able to understand. Thank you, Chair.
Chair, I think just in response to the question about the status of filling vacancies, there are some critical vacancies. The COO position is a position that we are not going to fill. We've revised that role to be the executive manager grant funding. Our organizational structure has been developed, and we're in the process of consultations with everyone internally. Some of the jobs are definitely going to be impacted because of automation, and that's why we need to have this extensive round of consultations. And so I think as soon as we've set ourselves June for us to complete that and then take that to board, possibly at the end of June, July, depending on the audit and how that goes, and for approval. And so I don't think there are any critical senior management vacancies bar the ones that I've listed here. I'll hand over to my chair. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honourable Chair. I just take the point on the size of the board. if I may. The Act actually does envisage a rather small board. I think that is for good reason. I believe the smaller board functions much more cohesively. The choice of the members becomes very, very important in terms of their skills. The way it is at the moment, the Act talks about a chairperson and not more than 5 members who have experience in business, et cetera, et cetera. And it also has a member who is designated by the minister. As we are at the moment, we have requested the minister to appoint the member of the board whom the previous minister had appointed, but that person did not take up the position. It's important for me to say that last year we had the review, board evaluation. We had a board evaluation about how effective the board is, how effective in its tasks and functions, and in general, the report was very, very strongly positive about the board, but did point out that as a result of the small board, the few members of the board, almost all the members of the board chair one committee or another. The weight of responsibility on members is maybe quite big. But as things are, we can only have 7, possibly 8, with the chair of the DA as members of the board. So we're not doing too badly. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Now, I was actually going to my follow-up. It's now a comment, and we may just need at a later stage from you, Minister, and the board chair, just an appraisal, because I am concerned about that the number of people who serve on the board may compromise the quality of your board subcommittee work, because you end up with maybe 3 members of a committee and they sort of swap as chair on each of the board subcommittees. Times don't match, meetings clash, and also if somebody is unwell, then it delays the work, and then later on there's a question about board fees and the number of meetings and that kind of thing. So what I'm going to ask, Minister, is a careful consideration of the scope of work of the board, as well versus the number of board members that you have and the governance structure within the board, and the determination of whether you think that still serves a purpose or not. Because what you don't want is people chairing, everybody's a chair of something on the board, and there are not enough people on the subcommittee itself, and there is also a cross-pollination of responsibilities where the necessary Chinese walls are therefore not there as a consequence. So can we have that under consideration? Thank you. Honorable Nanteja, is there a question of yours that wasn't answered?
No, Chair, but I've got the last question. There's an amount of 300 million that was transferred to the National Treasury. Can the NLC clarify the circumstances that led to this transfer back to the Treasury? And also, what does it say about the NLC's ability to execute its mandate efficiently? Thank you.
All right, thanks. Those are short and sharp questions. Please go ahead.
Thank you, Chair. I'm going to ask Advocate Boyhang to respond, and then I'll just come in at the end. Thank you.
Chair, thank you very much for the question posed. Chair, the simple response to the question is that, and this is found and contained in a letter written to the chairperson of Portfolio Committee of DTIC, dated 10/10/2024, where it's indicated that there was a delay or no application made or letter sent to relevant National Treasury by the previous CFO and management in order to seek permission to retain the surplus, which eventually led to that particular money to be rolled over or to be sent to National Treasury. So that's the main reason, which also is the position of the NLC, that there was no permission sought to retain that. Therefore, in terms of legislation, it had to be returned to National Treasury. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. We are still in consultations with National Treasury regarding that, because we have a view that our Act is quite prescriptive. It does not allow any monies to be used for any other purposes other than stipulated in the Act. So there is an ongoing discussion with National Treasury. Chair, then I just wanted to come back to your question about the...
Sorry, what were the purpose of the discussion? If the Act is prescriptive, what can anyone do absent of amending the legislation? Just help me there.
Chair, so the view from Treasury is that we are a public entity, and as such, we have to abide by the instruction notes, where we've got to surrender, I think that's the technical word, surrender any surplus to National Treasury. And so we've shared with them our legal opinion, which precisely points out to this point that the monies in the NLC can only be used for the intended purposes. Treasury has a different view, and so we haven't concluded on that matter. We have, I think, also had discussions, I think, with the Accountant General and with the AG around this. But I think there's a broader discussion. It's not only the NLC, as I understand it, it also affects a number of seaters that are also part of this.
Okay, I think I get it. So in other words, they then take that money and pay cops with it, in essence, even though when it is collected in terms of legislation, it's collected for a particular purpose. That's the dispute. I get it. That needs resolution. Okay, we'll have the Treasury coming, so that's one of the issues we'll deal with. Thanks.
Chair, if I may, I just also, I think in your comment about board members, we also have a number of independent experts that serve in our subcommittees. So in HCM, there's an HCM expert, likewise within audit and risk and the other committees. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Honorable Kubega, it's your turn.
Thank you, Chair, and greetings to honorable members. Greetings to the Minister, Deputy Minister, greetings to the board, and greetings to everyone joining us today. Chair, I'm going to be dealing largely with the SIU investigations into the NLC, and I'll dabble on the material irregularities as well. I think, Chair, for the benefit of everyone, possibly who doesn't know or understand, now this is at home, what the NLC is all about, or what has been happening in the NLC. Chair, this is an entity that has been plagued with brazen and blatant corruption and maladministration over the years. Now, it becomes a very big worry when, after all of this corruption has happened, after all of this maladministration has happened, you've got a situation where there are matters that are excluded from reports, especially from the SIU. And I'll speak, for instance, and I'll pick just this one issue out of the Matsila Community Development Trust that is led by Chief Luvwani Matsila. He's one of the largest beneficiaries of NLC grants, receiving over 90 million in total, including around 54 million rands that was facilitated via African resources. There's been no accountability at all. There's allegations, Chair, of Chief Matsila maintaining close political ties to the Office of the President. There's allegations that Chief Matsila maintains those relationships to a point where he was often found at the president's farm. Now, I'm not too sure if this is, the minister would want to comment or know about that. Now, after all of this proximity, Chief Matsila is also alleged to be serving as a secretary of the ANC's Electoral Committee. Now, for this one, I would think that the minister and the deputy minister would know. I'd like to ask the question, how true is this? And then there's allegations of, unfortunately, we don't have the SIU here, Chair. And Chair, allow me, I'll be very broad with this conversation. There's allegations of relationships between SIU and people that work, SIU and people that work for, or specifically, Chief Matsila. I'm not sure if the board knows anything about this, and if they do, I would like to know, was this relationship disclosed? I'm worried about this, Chair, because if we've got an issue where the SIU is supposed to be investigating the NLC, and then you find relationships between SIU people or SIU investigators and them having relationships with the people they're supposed to be investigating, then we've got a big issue. Then we've got a serious, serious issue. Now, I ask this because I want to know if, does this relationship have anything to do with the lack of prosecutorial progress, specifically to this Matsila Community Development Trust? Because nothing has been said about this in the report of the SIU, and they're supposed to be investigating this. Now, Chair.
Sorry, just for clarity, so the Matsila issue is part of the proclamation.
Yes.
So it's part of the proclamation. So let's do this. There are questions I think the NLC would simply not be able to answer. In other words, the relationship between the chief and some people in the SIU. We need to direct those to Advocate Motibi.
Okay.
To respond to, because I'm not certain that they would know.
Okay.
Secondly, the questions relating to lack of prosecution, I think the two are linked, between what the SIU would then refer or not refer to the NPA. So we need to ask them together to account for that bit. So let us confine our inquiry to matters that either the minister or the NLC are able to respond to.
Okay, 100%, Chair, thank you. No problem. Chair, moving on, with the pending judicial review of the SIU's proclamation and the court ruling halting the asset forfeiture unit's preservation proceedings, can the NLC tell us which assets or whose assets were affected by the halting of this preservation proceedings? And I ask this, Chair, because you'll recall that I think it was last week when the SIU was here. They told us about preservation orders that were obtained to freeze, for instance, and I'll make an example, a 27 million rand luxury property linked to Prof. Alfred Nevutanda, the former board chair of the NLC. And that's one. The next question, this one is for the minister. Minister, can you comment on the public statements that were made by the Director of Public Prosecutions that suggested that the SIU's investigative outputs are deficient in evidentiary quality and are not prosecutable? Could this deficiency be deliberate given the proximity of some of the implicated individuals at the NLC to the leadership of the ruling party? And then this one is for the board chair. Chair, what are the reasons for the SIU's investigations into the NLC extending beyond 3 years without conclusion? Under the material irregularities, Chair, I'm not sure if I should carry on and just ask them all at once, or should
no, you know what I find works is to keep, because then you can't ask follow-ups if you take too long in the asking, because then we run out of time. So my suggestion would be, let's deal with the questions that you've asked. Then at least in your second round, you've got opportunity to ask follow-ups if anything is missing. Yeah.
All right, thank you, Chair. I'll halt it there then. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Chair. Chair, I'm unable to comment on the matter of the DPP. I would imagine the Minister of Justice would be better placed to respond to the question, both in terms of the observations of the DPP and the performance of the SIU. I have not seen any report that indicates such, and therefore I would not be able to comment on that matter. Chair, as you indicated, as I understand it, the matter related to Chief Matsila is a matter that is before the SIU, that is subject to a proclamation of the SIU, and all related matters in that regard would be investigated. So I would imagine that we'd have to await the report, and to the extent that the committee is concerned about whether there's adequate follow-ups, I'm sure there are appropriate mechanisms to ensure that such follow-up takes place. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Chair. I'm not sure if Vincent or Lesedi, if you have information about the preservation orders. Chair, these are typically SIU matters. They do share the preservation orders with us, but it's, you know, when we request, and we do try and track that. I'm not sure, Vincent, Lesedi?
Chair, the Commissioner is correct. All the preservation orders applications are being prosecuted by the SIU, so they're better positioned to respond to that one. I'll only respond to one matter which you have singled out relating to Mr. Nebutanda, the former board chairperson. The matter is still sub judice, where he's challenging the proclamation of the president, and the NLC board chairperson as the fifth respondent currently is busy preparing an answering affidavit. So it's at a stage where pleadings are being exchanged. So nothing further to say regarding that matter. Thank you.
Chair, also on a quick matter, the extension of the investigations by the SIU are subject to the proclamation by the President. Really, they are not a matter for us. We don't grant permission of any kind. The SIU works within the legal environment of the law, and so if they have extended, we work with the SIU. We see no reason not to do so, but it really is governed by the proclamation. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. In our and so we have working meetings where the SIU just keeps us updated and we share information. I am aware that when the SIU started investigating Honourable Kubeka, they had around 80 allegations. I think the last time they indicated to me it was over 700 allegations that they currently are investigating. Thank you, Chair.
And thanks for completeness. So Denzel and Sisnobi are making notes. So there will be questions for each of the two institutions for written submission, including the Matsila matter. I'm just having the team double check again that it was not in the presentation that we took.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. Chair, the SIU once again. When they came here, they spoke about a value of contracts under investigation with potential civil litigation to the value of 2 billion rands. They spoke about actual cash recoveries to the tune of 9.5 million, NPA referrals 13, administration referrals to SARS, CIDB, CIPC, those were 2. The question that then follows that is the current board and executive looking into and actively chasing or challenging their predecessors' misdeeds? There's their predecessors, I can name a few who were very actively involved in the looting of this entity, Prof. Nebutanda being one, Ms. TCC Mampane, Mr. Livingston Ramatsekisa, Advocate Huma, Mr. Philemon Letwaba, Mr. Tsietsi Masela. along with a lot of external players. I won't name them. The SIU also stated that the proactive funding provision was targeted. NLC officials and board members colluded with NPOs and NPCs to siphon money from the NLC. I think the question there is, with the root causes being identified as inadequate project management, lack of monitoring and evaluation, ineffective audit techniques for projects, general maladministration, and just general corrupt elements. The current board, as led by Ms. Stoltz, have you been looking at that as well? As in, if you are looking at it, how far are we? And then again, Chair, the SIU also established that accounting firms and auditors were very big enablers of NPOs and NPCs that did not meet requirements for NLC applications. One of the most important requirements in submitting an application to the NLC is that the application must be accompanied by 2-year audited financial statements. The SIU established that these accounting firms established NPOs and NPCs, assisted NPOs and NPCs to submit fraudulent financial statements for the purpose of obtaining grant funding from the NLC. The question is, with Tupe Trading and Projects, Zata Accountants, Mwahodi Consulting, Makgeba and Tuli Consulting, assisting people to defraud the entity, is the NLC doing anything to these enablers, to bring these enablers of corruption to book? Now, these are the people who are assisting, basically, the people who are defunding the NLC. Is the board and the executive taking now the enablers to book? Now, Chair, I'm glad there's a gentleman who spoke there at the end and at that far end, that there's a review proceeding with the North Gauteng court by Prof. Nevutanda. I'm not sure if I should continue with that one, given that it's a matter that is still in court.
Look, I think you can ask the question anyway.
Okay.
Then you can't make a determination on something you don't know, because you might be asking about a piece of information that is already in the public domain one way or another. So I would encourage you to ask you the question in any event.
Okay, thank you, Chair. Prof. Nevutanda instituted review proceedings in the North Gauteng High Court seeking the following order. The decision by the President authorizing an investigation into the NLC to be reviewed and set aside, as neither the affairs of the NLC nor that of the National Lotteries Distribution Trust Fund falls within the ambit of Section 221, I think it's 221, and Section 22F of the SIU are not state institutions. That one is for the Minister directly. Minister, what would your comment be regarding this one? Because I think the chairperson of the commissioner earlier said that the NLC does fall or is a government entity. So now, if the very chair of that same commission is challenging that in court, what is the comment there? And then there's been calls for the immediate disbandment of the NLC board due to serious controversies of the Lotteries Act, PFMA Act, and Companies Act. There's alleged irregular appointment of the current commissioner, Ms. Jody Stoltz. Her appointment as commissioner in February 2023 raises serious concerns bypassing a transparent recruitment process. Now, as these are all allegations, Chair, I'll label them as allegations. It is alleged that Ms. Stoltz did not apply for her role. She applied for the COO position, and her appointment contravenes the Lotteries Act, the Companies Act. In the Lotteries Act, it's 9(1). In the Companies Act, it's 66(1). There's alleged manipulation of the recruitment process at the NLC. There's collusion involving Lionel October, Beryl Ferguson, and the former minister. Now, with that being said, Chair, I would like both the minister and the commissioner to take us into confidence regarding these very serious allegations that are brought to us as COPA, that we've got a commissioner that is alleged to have been appointed irregularly. Because now, if we've got that, and we've got the number of issues that we have with the NLC stemming from before the proclamation was issued to the SIU, this is prior 2020, up until now. If there are these allegations, what has the minister done to rectify or take us into confidence that no, everything was done accordingly? Because the allegations, Chair, are serious to a point where it is alleged that the board was appointed via phone call without any proper advert being, without the posts of the board being advertised. And then, just lastly, Chair, the lady sitting next to the minister earlier told us about her qualifications and the experience that she's got in the field that she's in. I think, Chair, we've been at scope. I haven't been in Parliament for long, but we've sat through various entities, a number of entities, wide-ranging entities throughout the past year. And you find that the CVs of the people who come here are impeccable. They're proper CVs, great stuff, impeccable qualifications there, experience there. But you find that this, however, means nothing. The corruption and maladministration that still happens in those entities happens under the watch of those very incompetent people. So when we ask about such qualifications, we're not asking as a way to undermine or question the validity of those. Some people are challenged from a moral perspective, even with those qualifications to do the right thing. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much. So just for you, Honorable Kupeka, as intro, the team has checked. So in the long version of this, so the SIU also submitted a very long presentation to us. And the Matsila matter is there under 3.3.47. So they have made submissions to the committee in detail. Thanks.
Chairperson, I apologize coming ahead of the minister, but I have his permission to speak.
I noticed that Honorable Kupeka fired you and appointed the commissioner as chair of the board. I don't think he realized when he was doing that.
Chair, thank you very much. Thank you, Honorable Kupeka. I have to take the two matters that you raise. One regarding the SIU, which I can dispatch very quickly. The other one, the irregular appointment of the board, of the commissioner, and the wrongful appointment of the board, or whatever it is the case. Let me just say that these matters have been canvassed widely because the allegations have been thrown around a great deal. At no stage has there been any evidence thereof. The appointment of the commissioner was tested by the Auditor General thoroughly, and the minister has the full information of what actually happened and how the appointment was made. And that appointment was extra properly and thoroughly done. I happened at that time to be the chair of the board and was part of the processes, and so was Ms. Mvulane. And it's not fair because Commissioner Scholes was head and shoulders above all other candidates. And there was absolutely no reason to think that she was being favored by any of the people who were there. Some of the allegations are totally without foundation that are floating around. I believe this matter, if I may say so, is not intended for evidentiary purposes. It is intended as a libelous defamation of the character of the commissioner by people who have a vested interest in whatever way. But I want to put it on the record, Chair, that there was nothing peculiar or irregular about the appointment of the commissioner, and that has in fact been tested and found to be so at various levels already. Regarding the board, the Act is very, very clear that the minister appoints members of the board on certain categories that are set out in the Act. The chairperson has to fulfill additional conditions that the minister has to fulfill. In the case of the board, as it was constituted in March 2022, I think, the minister performed everything according to purpose, and the appointments were approved in the normal way, in the normal convention of cabinet in the appointment of all board positions, and the appointment of the chair of the board was subsequent to that, and there was nothing irregular about it. And I also do wish to put it on record that there was absolutely nothing irregular about the appointment of the board. And it's been said that the board is unlawful. I think that's the word that was used. The board is not just irregular, it is unlawful. But nobody has been able to say in what way was the board unlawful, because the board was appointed according to the precepts of the Lotteries Act. Thank you.
Thanks, Chair. Firstly, I should say that just as a matter of practice, whenever allegations are received in the ministry, we do refer this to the boards of the respective entities to give us a detailed response. And we satisfy ourselves that the response is adequate. And if not, we take the appropriate steps to ensure that corrective action is taken. In the instance of the National Lotteries Commission, some of the allegations had been presented, which allegations we duly processed, and I think the chairperson has indicated what the status of that is. So I'm not suggesting that the allegations have not been made. I'm confirming that these allegations have been made and we've processed them, and the chairperson has duly responded to the questions. Now, Chairperson, the very fact that we've had proclamation with regards to the NLC is indicative of at least the prima facie case that led to the President to issue such proclamation on the basis of a whole range of allegations that are currently subject to investigation, including some of them have proceeded to the level of the Directorate of Public Prosecutions to undertake the necessary action with regards to prosecuting some of these individuals. That suggests that, in fact, if you review the reports that have been even in the public eye, that there have been concerns with regards to control and governance in the NLC. It is almost inevitable that a board that comes in place with the mandate to correct that situation would be placed under scrutiny which I think Chair and colleagues would accept is part of the reality, as you'd say, par for the course. It comes with the responsibility that comes with being appointed in these positions that require you to intervene in a particular way. In this instance, I think our observation is that the board has executed its responsibility in an organization that requires a lot of stabilization, appointing senior management, putting in place controls, addressing issues of historic investigations, and a whole range of issues. Some of the stories, that we've listened to this morning are indicative of the type of organization that you have, where you have an employee that simply doesn't come to work. And they feel that it's okay not to come to work. And the organization should not have any recourse to ensure that that person is held accountable. Those things don't always create themselves. They are created by a culture that evolves over time, of a degree of impunity in an organization that requires to be addressed. And I think that this board is executing its responsibility in undertaking those issues. If we get to a point where there is actually performance issues or any other issues against the board, we will deal with them if those matters are raised. But part of our responsibility is to ensure that, to the extent that the board is placed under scrutiny, I mean, some of the allegations that are placed in the public light are not just defamatory. I mean, you know, some of the things that we have to process simply because people are trying to undermine governance, they place issues in the public eye that, in fact, at best libel us to the extent that you attack individuals and not the work that they do. Now, of course, it is in the nature of responsibility of boards and executives to be held accountable for the leadership role that they perform, and I don't think that we should shy away from that. In my introductory remarks, I said that, in fact, we welcome scrutiny and oversight by SCOPA and Parliament. It's part of what improves governance in any environment. But we do get concerned when it gets to a point where, in fact, some of the matters raised are beyond concerns around governance. And I'm suggesting, Honorable Kubeka, because that's not the allegation that you made. It's an allegation that's been made that you're presenting here. And I'm just making the point that when you look into those allegations, you realize, excuse me, the point to which, in fact, it is less about governance and management and more about other things. I mean, the chair made the example of the process of appointing the CEO or the commissioner. It's a process that was undertaken, but it is being attacked left, right, and center by certain people, in many instances who are faceless, who simply just present these allegations and kind of undermine the integrity of the institution. And I think that we have to work towards ensuring that the NLC reclaims its authority, particularly because they are vested with huge responsibility, not just from a licensing of lotteries point of view, but also the distribution of proceeds to deserving organizations. And if we can get ourselves to a point where that level of confidence is rebuilt, I think that it is all the better for the non-governmental sector if we're able to rebuild it. But I'm not going to pretend like it's going to be an easy road. There will always be difficulties along the road. But let's deal with the issues as they come. All I can say is to assure the committee that if there are allegations and there's a basis on which we need to pursue these allegations, we certainly will do that. But currently what we have is a board and management that is on track. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Chair. Chair, I just want to respond to the question about the audit and the audit firms as raised by Honourable Kubeka. The SIU will process all of the allegations. They will then follow that entire process. So the role of the NLC in taking any of the previous execs or these accounting firms is really limited. We've really explored all legal avenues to look and see what it is that we can do. What we've realized that what we can do is we can try and automate on the back end that when the annual financial statements come in, and there is, so we in a supply chain management process, they come in via 2 proprietary kinds of software. And so we're trying to procure that, and we've had consultations with SEBA just around what software they use and how we can then verify that whoever the auditor or the accountant is who's said that they've done that those financials were actually from that source. So that's what we're doing on the back end. I think those were it, Chair. Thank you.
Yeah, I'll come to you. I'll just make a quick comment. What I'm concerned about is the impact on NPOs that may operate in very poorly resourced areas, in rural areas and so on. And we do need to, between yourselves, the Treasury and the Auditor General, just be assured of a mechanism that ensures that those are also considered on an equitable basis. Otherwise, you potentially will end up with an imbalance where those already with resources get the bulk of the allocations, and those who don't have resources and desperately need them just never get them because they are from Nanga in the Wild Coast and they can't do the work that they do. So let's just note that. I'll ask the team to note it as well as one of the issues that we need to follow up on. Okay, I have, so Honorable Gupega, your time is long up, so I am conscious of the time. So what we should do is I want to give the members an opportunity to ask the questions anyway. At a time when we have to stop whatever is not dealt with, we will then need written submission. So it is important that the members get the opportunity to ask the questions anyway. The only indulgence I ask for from the members is that obviously those who've already participated are out, and that those who are yet to ask questions, we ask them concisely and clearly so that the NLC and the minister may respond. And then at the time that we have to leave, then please answer those questions in written form. Thanks. Honorable Atkinson.
Thank you very much, Chair. I've just got a very specific question. It is this. The NLC has stated that it has set aside 20 million rand to be paid out as reparations to whistleblowers whose lives have been negatively affected by the NLC's litigation against them, in an attempt to protect board members and senior NLC officials. I understand that the Auditor General has yet to give the NLC the go-ahead to release this money. When do you expect this matter to be resolved? And has the NLC provided any additional amounts to settle other whistleblower claims, as well as claims from NPOs whose grants were stolen by corrupt officials, leading to their projects being terminated and beneficiaries losing out? Thank you.
Honorable Dilmay.
Good afternoon to the Minister, Deputy Minister, our members here, and everyone present. Thank you. Most of my questions have been answered, so there's just one that I have for the Minister and then one for the Commissioner. Honourable Minister, is there any plan underway to reform the legislation governing the National Lotteries Commission to enhance transparency, accountability, and reduce opportunities for political interference? The second question would be to the Commissioner with regards to what is the current state of labour relations within the NLC amid your clean-up campaign? Are there internal obstacles or resistance that the public should be aware of? Have you or any members of your leadership team received threats or experienced intimidation since initiating the reform process? My last question is the difference between the system. The SIU mentioned that there were challenges with regards to being able to look at how many applications were received. Now, there was a system called the Fusion system before, and you now have the Modernization 4.0. What is the difference, and can you explain that? Thank you so much.
Thank you. Honorable Bila.
Thank you, Honorable Chairperson. My first question is on the human capital. The appointment of the position of the Chief Information Officer, which according to the plans and time frame was said that the new employee will start working on the 1st of June 2025. So I just want to check if that still stands, as the 1st of June is next week. The second question is that some of the vacancies are said that they will commence with the recruitment process after the finalization and approval of the new organogram. So I just want to check how far is NLC with the process of the new organizational structure, because all those other items have got time frame. The last one is on the missing target. Management's decision to omit the performance indicator for adjudicating applications for grant funding within 150 days will likely result in this legislative mandate not being delivered and undermines transparency and accountability for delivery on the mandate. Why did the NLC not opt for adjusting the target based on realistic constraints? This would allow oversight bodies to evaluate underperformance properly. It would not be the first time the public entity adjusts a target. The last one, can the committee be taken into confidence on whether the adjudication of applications fall within or exceeded the 150-day time frame in the 2023-2024 financial year? If they exceeded, how many days did it take? Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Bila. Honorable Maduna.
No, thanks,
As you
Chair.
land.
I will equally be short. No, thanks, Chair. I think my first question, I understand that the 25.2 million that ended up being a contingent liability, I believe according to AG, you would have believed that it's the one of grant allocation expenses. You would have believed that it must be classified as an expense. I just wanted to check, was this 25.2 billion an amount that you had just allocated, or was it actually recognized, or had you made the payment in I'm sure? And then my second question, Chair, would be that the 300 million surplus, is this as a result of underspending or positive performance? Lastly, Chair, I want to check around your fraud strategy, just controls around that. Do you have a fraud helpline, and who's the operator? Thanks, Chair.
Thank you. Honorable Madlalo.
Thank you, Chair, and greetings to the delegation and the members of the committee. Well, the first one is just clarity from the Chair of the board. He said the appointment of the commissioner was extra thoroughly processed. Why specifically extra thoroughly?
I noticed that. I'm glad you've asked.
Yeah, when it's that extra, you wonder why extra thoroughly, as opposed to a normal process. You know, that's just one on a lighter note. However, we've been given assurance by the delegation that most of the things were done according to the book. That is what the board chair says. As a committee, I think it would be important for us to satisfy ourselves in doing due diligence to our responsibility when there are allegations. So to that effect, I would like to just request, Chair, that we be provided with a detailed step-by-step report on the appointment of the board. We're told that it's in line with the prescripts that are there. So, for example, the advert was on this date, in line with the regulations, so and so, whatever the case is, whatever, so that we clear ourselves, we are certain from our side that we did not just hear
and were given an assurance. That is in relation to the board appointment, in relation to the commissioner as well, the appointment. Then the third part relates to the appointment of senior executives. There as well, we would like a checklist kind of a report, which says the advert, the reference checks, probity checks were done, qualifications verification was done, you know, the reference checks, which would relate to previous disciplinary matters, wherever they come from, whether there was disclosure of information and all of that. Just the one page, it's not supposed to be a rhetorical report. It must be a step-by-step, precise report with dates, action item, and by who and all of that, that kind of a spreadsheet. Then, well, in the beginning, I just need clarity. There was an indication that there were over 100 policies and 72 have been approved by the board. I want to just understand that was on top of the 100, or we meant that we had to review the entire thing and then 72 is what is currently there. And my understanding was that also still that is not complete, which may suggest that we may still move back to 100, but maybe we'll need just some clarity on that. There is another issue about the introduction of a new system for grants. I don't know if that is the modernization 4.0 project that you're referring to, and if that is the case, I would like to just know what is maybe at a percentage level, what is the level of approval of applications? Is the system efficient? That's what I'm trying to get at. That introduced system, is it efficient? The other question relates to CTH, which is Chadley Thompson's Hasten. I think it may be a law firm or something like that, which allegedly was appointed without a contract. I don't know if that was answered. If it was, you'd forgive me. But just a brief answer, if all processes were done to the T, because I understand that this is part of the beginning of engagement. So we record everything and then we'll reconcile at a later stage as we continue meeting up and dealing with facts. So whether everything was, the process was followed to the T in terms of their appointment, and what has been the performance levels of it, because there are also allegations that there's been many dismissals that have been overturned, costing the department millions in litigation around that. So we would like to just satisfy myself around that. And then the last question relates to the current entities' systematic, approach to the distribution of the grant. And I'm asking that from at a strategy level. How is the allocation of grant according to provinces, according to race, gender, and all of that to address the past imbalances? What is the policy around that? So that we can, while saying that the distribution has been largely in Gauteng and Limpopo and all of that, but as a strategic approach going forward, if it was not that, we have that document that says this is our prioritization model, so that we don't find ourselves in a situation where we've got one NPO which gets 90 million in future and is largely concentrated in one province, and other provinces which are underdeveloped, far underdeveloped, do not have access to the grant. So I would like to just understand that from a transformative point of view, what is the grant distribution model to ensure the equitable distribution, to address the imbalances of the past, and also to ensure the regional spread? Thank you so much, Chair.
Thank you very much, Honorable Madlala. Honorable Skosana.
Thank you, Chair. All protocol observed. One question, I'm going to start by asking a very simple question. The board itself and the executive, when they sit, can they confirm to us here that they are above board and they are above reproach and there's no mismanagement of funds? Remember, when we sit here, Chair, we are under oath, all of us here. Now, we had an issue of Tabang Charlotte Mampane, and I'm going to ask the minister whether she was paid after she resigned when the scandal came that she bought a house in Artis, like the former chair, the prof. We know what is happening, the matter is still in court. But I'm saying, as my colleague has said here, that we sit here at Scopa, there's no one who ever admitted any wrongdoings here. None. None. At all. Everybody says, you know what, we are qualified, and the matter is SIU, the matter is in court. he served a 5-year term. Some they come back as well to serve another term. Like the chair, I'm going to ask this question quickly because there's no time. The commissioner used to work at SAP, am I right? Jody, South African Bureau of Standards, if I remember. Is it true or is not true? I just want to find out because, you know, the report which we have is that she left that institution under a very serious allegations as well. Because normally, you know, one member in parliament says, I'm not saying that what happened, but in politics, what happened is that you will be redeployed elsewhere. You loot on this department, you are redeployed elsewhere. And it looks like in the civil servant, that's exactly what is happening. Officials are moving around. You know, I'm sorry? Yes, officials have been moved around from one place to another. My question was Charlotte given the pension the pension money, or is that money still being held? After all what had happened, from the SABC to the National Lottery Commission. My last two questions will be, we were told that there were 99 candidates which were shortlisted. Like my colleague was asking, why extra, you know? Then there were 14. After the 14, you know, apparently Barry, what is it, Barely, if I remember, if I spell it right, and the DG, were not happy with those candidates which were shortlisted. Obviously, you know why they were not happy? Because they wanted to promote the person who was appointed now. I'm not going to mention the name. But they were not happy precisely to bring somebody they want to have appointed in this National Lottery Fund. Nothing else. You can't say that the same company, what do you call it, CTH, you know, and the other one, because the CTH one, remember, we are told, if it's true, and we must find whether it's true or not, that there's 31 which 30 companies which they could have used from SABS, but that panel was not used at all. For one reason as well. They know that the section 9.1 is very clear, which emphasizes the need of fair and responsible financial conduct by the board. But that was not done, because the CTH is still working as we speak here. My last Chair, before I make a recommendation, if it's true, I'm going to make this recommendation because it will be in writing because there's no time, is that, as we know that the PFMA, Section 5.7, which maintains the process of appointing senior officials, must be transparent and free from undue influence. Some members were very close to the former Minister Patel, and it's a fact. It's not an allegation. It's a fact. No allegation whatsoever. And if people want to get, you know, the evidence, the SIU will give you that evidence in no time, I guess, because, you know, this investigation takes a lot. You know, we leave this parliament, the 7th administration. The next ones who will be coming, they'll be asking the same question. My last, Chair, my recommendation on this matter, if all these things which we are hearing here and which was presented to us, and we have our own researchers as well, is true, that there's maleficence, there's a lot of corruption in this National Lottery Commission, I will recommend, because for me, we can't be coming here, Chair. You know that this body called SARCOS, they are giving a preferential treatment. All the time they get money, they jump the queue. It's a fact as well, because I don't want to say where I was, but I know of a fact that they are jumping the queue. And if all these are true, Chair, the governance failures, the financial mismanagement, and the legal contravention as highlighted in all this presentation and all this what we have now, I would recommend that there should be an immediate Department of the National Lottery Commission Board to restore accountability and public trust in this institution. Because this institution has lost trust. We cannot sit here and pretend and, sikhuluma isilungu le esikhulu and say, you know what, everything is fine and whatever. But we know that things are not right. As we say, the chairperson of the board, Prof, we know what happened. The former CEO, we know what happened, as I highlighted earlier, to say there's a house there in Artis. It's a fact. I'm saying if those things are factual, and we still have people in this board and the executive who are coming from another institution, resigning in those institutions because of mismanagement and corruption, but they are being appointed here, I'll recommend that the board be disbanded with immediate effect. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. I'll respond to that at the end when I make my closing remarks. I just want to say you clearly were not in Buffalo City because some people admitted to things. You were not there. The members eventually got people to talk. So it's happened before. Honorable Member.
Thank you very much, Chair. It's now good afternoon to everyone. Again, for the benefit of everyone who was, because we didn't get a chance to introduce ourselves. I am Tombo Vuyo, Veronica Mente, a member of SCOPA and a member of Parliament, deployed by Economic Freedom Fighters. No, thank you very much, Chairperson. Most of the questions were asked, but Chair, I want to first make this request to you, and I think it would be granted in a very short time, because we don't really want to engage in a malicious exercise of asking questions and then they are responded into a written form, then there is no follow-up from that. So my request is going to be, we're going to have this engagement again. By the looks of things, the scope of the hearing was too big and was underestimated to fit into 4 hours, which is not justice to the extent of the rot that we're dealing with in this particular organization or entity. So, Chair, I don't know if you're going to grant the request, but we will ask the questions.
Let me deal with it.
Okay.
I'm inclined to Honorable Member because even in my own inquiries, I simply don't have time to ask anything, and I won't even have time to ask questions for writing. What I was going to make as a remark in my closing remarks is that we agree a date on which they are going to come back to the committee in any event, because this engagement has been helpful in crystallizing some of the issues, so that we can then have a more focused conversation therein. So that's where my mind was located. But thanks for raising it.
Masbulele, Chair. Then for the homework, because I can see now there's nothing that could be fruitful in terms of responses at this point. For the homework, Chair, firstly to the Minister, Minister, we're going to refer to you even though you were not the Minister at the time, but you are the Minister now. One, currently there is a case which the previous professor is trying to kind of water down. But these are the board members that are appointed by you. By challenging that preservation order in court, he simply says the boards do not have to exist because your appointment and being them making them a public entity is non-existent. They don't account. So there was a question as to what is your view in terms of that particular action of challenging the preservation at court, and I didn't hear you. But my concern is, are you party now to assist the SIU in court in terms of your own responsibilities? Because you appoint the boards to oversee these particular processes, in particular the disbursement of grants, to be fair and assist our people. However, these particular ones did not turn out to be that, besides the fact that the board members themselves help themselves into them. So please assist us in that. And if, Chair, on this particular one, we can get a quick response. What is his view? Is he going to be party to assist the SIU in court? And if not, why are we not going to see you in court? Because now we're challenging the responsibility in your office. Coming to the risk, there are basic systems, ma'am, and the checks and balances ought to be the ones that look at, there's a SCOPA NPO that is coming to ask. And the SCOPA NPO, there is one person in charge of them. There's a Veronica Mende there. The moment it's now someone else, it should ring a bell. But then to say there is a DSD process, or rather a list in the DSD of who's who in which NPO, which was not made available or rather looked at in terms of comparisons of names of people in charge, and then the grants were dispersed to wrong people, that is a red flag. So I want to check with you, are you saying there wasn't even that basic system check in place? Is it now in place in your office? Because that's the basic one, irrespective of what happens. To say there are NPOs that were hijacked, NPO X applied, was rejected, but the very same NPO applies, then it's granted under a different person. It doesn't make sense. How does that go through the system? Because then it means the system has been hijacked. What measures do we have in place now to guard against such simple things? Because those are the simplest basic systems that should be in place. And those that are circumventing the process by placing themselves at positions that they are not supposed to be, which you referred to earlier on as a volatile situation or rather intimidation. But still, Chair, would like to understand, what is this form of intimidation? Do you have a gun at your head? What kind of intimidation plays at your working place? Does a person refer a file and say this particular file must be paid out? If not, you're losing your job, or if not, you are dead tomorrow. That there was no one within the workspace who is raising a red flag to say, I'm getting files to pay wrong things that are not within my scope. This kind of corruption does not take place in an environment where there is no people. There is people, but seemingly, Chair, this was happening, but no one was picking it. Now again, going back to the executive authority. When the accounting authority was being involved in all of these things, wasn't there a sign? What were the reporting mechanisms to the executive authority of these transactions, or rather, what were their APPs at the time? Because you could clearly see that there was no accountability of some sort. There are no quarterly reports to anyone. No one was actually monitoring that space for so many years. So how did it get to this point without being detected by any, not by the Committee at Trade and Industry, where they account, not by the executive authority that is closely monitoring the board and looking into them, maybe weekly basis or monthly basis. But what were the mechanisms being used to detect any fraudulent corruption activities that take place? And how are you monitoring the current ones now? Because we don't want a situation which Honorable Skosana was talking about, that in the next term, this board is going to be spoken about by the other members, that the very same pattern took place, none of us detected it. Now, here is another area I'm very concerned about. I understand you were appointed in 2023. However, the annual report we deal with is 23-24. That means it's in your time. It's not in anybody's time. Yet there's no accountability of anything that's being taken. I get the 8 months that was explained that you were learning the ropes and everything. That is fine. That was 22-23. When you got a shock of your life of whatever was happening. But 23-24, the AG still brings back the same findings. And I want to make an example on deviations. Most of the deviations and expansions are 2023 transactions or whatever business you were dealing with. And most of them, you don't understand that a procurement process is not finalized, meaning which a bidding process is not finalized. It's within your time. So who fails to finalize a tender process? Who doesn't have a calendar to know that this particular tender is ending at this particular point, and because of that, now you are asking for a deviation, and that's you. You have not taken accountability of that. That's your term. Then in the space again of SCM and consequence management, most of the list in the annual report, which is quite broader in terms of explaining what you were trying to explain in your presentation, it's warnings and then counseling, warning, counseling, warning, counseling. And I saw counseling next to a BEC that did not comply to what should be a scope of a company that's being appointed. So when someone designs an environment which suits a particular candidate, they get a counseling for that. Yet these are the people that are in the BEC. How do you become an evaluating committee without understanding the law of appointing any company, and then you get counseled at a later after being appointed, and that's within your time? You can't chair, you can't counsel someone who is appointed to be an adjudicator. You are appointed to adjudicate because of your experience. Thereafter, you get counseled. It doesn't work like that. You get a warning. It doesn't work like that. And on your list, there is no one who's dismissed except for those no longer working in the company. It's not explained, no longer working in the company because they resigned, because they are dismissed or what. But we do not see an accountability of people that were dismissed due to wrongdoings on these transactions. Then the last one, Chair, is on the information which you have referred for further investigation by law enforcement. Most of the transactions which the SIU reported to us were as a result of whistleblowing. Which transactions have you picked up yourselves? That this particular transaction was sending it through. Because if you don't do that, whichever you have come across, you are covering up of your former colleagues. If you have not referred any of the cases to SIU yourselves or to the police yourselves, That's a cover-up, because you can't tell me that in this term of your office, you have not come across a single corruption transaction that requires of you to take a legal step that is of that nature. The last one, Chair, is that can we get also a list of everyone, boards, executive and officials, who was there when these things were happening? Who's new? Because we may be talking to people who were there. We didn't get that account of who was there, who's new. People may be accounting here as if they are new. Meantime, they are enablers themselves. So let's get that in the next hearing so that those people start by answering why didn't they act. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honourable Member. So, Minister, there was a specific question about whether you're joining the legal, and I must say I'm not off the top of my head au fait with whether you're part of the litigation or not, whether you're cited as a respondent, are you planning to respond? Can you deal with that? And then I'm going to provide direction on what happens to all the questions and how we're going to interact with your office and the NLC, because the House does it too. So I'm very mindful of that. And the Speaker doesn't play. She starts it too. And then any comments that are pertinent to this conversation, I will then provide clarity thereafter in my closing remarks in terms of how we deal with the questions, what is submitted in writing, by when, etc. I will also make comment on your recommendation, Honourable Skosana, as well. But let me give you an opportunity, Minister, to deal with that.
Thanks once again, Chair. I have not reviewed the papers to the extent that one can make a determination. So we'd have to consult with our legal team to the extent that we might be cited or need to be a part in the proceedings. It's not a matter that we've processed. It's been handled to a large extent by the SIU. But to the extent that Honourable Mente is suggesting that we might want to look at it and determine an opinion, we certainly can do that.
So I think, Minister, the answer you need to give is a lot simpler. The former chair is saying the NLC is not a state entity. Do you agree or do you disagree? I think that's the question. Because it flows from that he says, you have no authority, none of us have authority over the NLC anyway, which on its face appears to be completely ridiculous as a notion. So I'm, yeah, you get what I mean. It appears to be ridiculous on its face, and I'm, yeah.
Skosana, please.
Honorable Skosana, it is.
Honorable Skosana. I look, as far as we are concerned, and this should be common cause, but what a person chooses to say in court is their own baby. The NLC, like many others, is a public entity, and it's a public entity, and it's Schedule 3A of the PFMA. I'm not a lawyer. I don't want to be a lawyer. I don't even know what's written in those papers. But if someone were to put a gun on my head in court and say, do you think it's a public, I would say it's a public entity, as I say today. Whether that will be subject to some litigation, I wouldn't know. But that's how if Prof. Pichana were to make that argument now, as the sitting chair, we would fire him. Because he has a responsibility to understand his functions for the intention he was appointed for. But a former appointee who's no longer there is free to argue whatever they want to argue. You are chair of SCOPA, chair. If tomorrow you wake up and say SCOPA must be dissolved after your term of office, there's nothing we can do. But if you say it now, Parliament would have to remove you.
Okay, look, I think I always have to get questions for the record as well. So can you just have regard for the papers? Because I think it's important. on its face, as I said, it appears to be ridiculous that you're appointed by the minister, you go through your term, and then later on you think that it's not a state entity after all, so that everything is neutralized. So may I, oh, sorry, Prof.
The first respondent in that matter is the President of the Republic, who is the originator and signatory of the proclamation. The second respondent is the National Lotteries Commission, or something like that. I'm almost right in saying that. So I think if the minister appears, would appear very low in the list of respondents. But the key respondent is the President. Thank you.
All right, no, thank you very much. But so what we'll do is we'll synthesize a couple of things. The first is this entire conversation relative to the presentations we have received from the AG, as well as the Special Investigating Unit. There will be some interactions between the Committee Secretariat and the AG, as well as the SIU, so that we can crystallize the issues that we need to come back and speak about, the timing of which will be mutually agreed between us so that it works. So that is but not unduly delayed. So that is the first thing that we'll do. The second thing that we'll do is we will then ask for, in any event, the written questions, the written answers to the questions, which must not wait for then. This is so that in our note to you about the future engagement, we then deal with the remaining matters. At least we assist you to deal specifically with the themes arising from the questions the members were asking. So that is the second thing we'll do. The third thing we'll do is we will provide some guidance in terms of issues we pull out from the past and what the plan is relative to the plan, because in our oversight function we want to root it in specific issues and commitments rather than having a general conversation about things next time. Some of the issues, to give an example so that we clear, may relate to the accounting treatment issue, whether what should be a liability, a contingent liability, or is it an expense, and that kind of thing, what the process for resolving those is, because ultimately we don't want to be dealing with the issues that are really relating to treatment. So that is one example. The second example, we may ask you, with the concurrence of the AG, to crystallize some of the points of irregular expenditure. It's usually helpful to say what is continuing irregular expenditure which emanates from the past and where it is in the process of being cleaned out of the system. I think you attempted to do that, and I think it's one of the better attempts I've seen. So we need to do that so that we are also able to take out of our conversation things that are en route to resolution and deal with issues that are live and pose a live risk at this point. So that is so we'll guide you accordingly so that the presentation that we have here is as focused as possible, or the discussion. I just want to make two comments because it has come up, and the first one is a general comment. You know, one of the things that takes a lot of time for the Secretariat team is the volume of allegations that we get against various entities. And we are always mindful of the committee being used in order to further throw mud at various institutions. So we take a lot of time synthesizing them. And I must tell you, it takes a lot of time. And in 50% of the time, the people cannot substantiate the allegation and they disappear. But we've spent the time anyway with the lady and gentleman next to me here. Some instances we ask the team to go back to previous notes and so on, where somebody has referred to a previous discussion which never took place to begin with. So what I'm trying to say is that I think for all of us, I always try to the best of our ability to exercise the necessary caution. The second point I want to talk about is, could you provide us with, you've mentioned something about internal vetting and external vetting, the two things which are really important. And you've said, Commissioner, you've got top secret clearance. Just tell us, as part of those written answers, how long it has taken, how long your vetting took place, Chair? And secondly, how long it's taken in between. This is why. We have a lot of entities that come here that should have people vetted that don't vet them. And it's years and years. And we just do need to do a reference check for our own purposes here so that we can have the right conversation with the Minister of State Security, the responsible minister, and the SSA, because there are time lags. It is also in that universe where people escape disciplinary action somewhere else and they get employed somewhere else in the state and they continue in an acting capacity or otherwise, they're not vetted, and 5 years later, things are still happening in that institution. So that is why we want that information. Honorable Skosana, you've said that if the allegations are true, that means we can only consider the substance of that recommendation at a later stage, obviously, because we have not had the opportunity to ventilate any of those issues. That's my answer. Otherwise, honorable members, honorable minister, honorable deputy minister, chair, commissioner, your colleagues from the DTI, as well as the National Lotteries Commission, the team from the Special Investigating Unit, and the AG, thank you for your support and for being here and for the engagement that we've had today. We will agree between us an appropriate date at a reasonable time so that you can come back here and we complete the conversation. Thank you.